Hey, 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 what's up, everyone? Welcome in, welcome in. We have a pretty good setup for you all today, I believe. Um, I'm long overdue to share this footage with you. I've been promising it for far too long and not getting the job done. Excuse my phone with notifications. Guys, I set all of my audio and video equipment up over again. Will you all give me a one in chat if everything's working okay? I do need to know that I set everything up right. Let me know that you can hear me well, and that all the visuals working, all that kind of stuff. If you can't, then we'll have to restart this whole thing. Just give me a one in chat and let me know that everything's working okay. Is it good? All right. Hopefully it continues to work when we start watching video together. So I have a body camera video queued up for you that I want to watch together. I was going to do a video, and actually I still will do a regular video of it. But as you guys are aware, you know, I kind of fell down the rabbit hole with being worried about our constitutional rights right now, with all the crazy shit that's happening under the Trump administration. Not going to go back and forth about Democrats and Republicans. I don't give a flying shit about people's position on that. To me, it's not a sport. It's not a game. I'm worried about whether or not we people stay free, meaning I'm worried about us being able to continue to rely on what little bit of checks and balances are left in place to ensure that we can at least get justice if our constitutional rights are violated. And of course, holding all of these agencies in check, because that is our job as we the people, is to make sure that all of the agencies of the government are functioning as it's written that they should. And you all know that I've been screaming from the rooftops that ever since Trump got in office, they have been trying to strip our rights away. So yeah, I mean, it's been tough on me, given that I actually care about this whole thing, like our justice system functioning. There's a lot of YouTube channel owners out there that are this close right now to being able to scream from their rooftops, "I told you so. I told you, statists, that it doesn't work." They're that close. And I know they're right. I know they're right. You know they're right. We all know that the government is not here to protect us. We know that they do not follow the laws. We know that all of it is fucking false in the big picture. And we know that we, the people, will be better off without them, right? We know that. But what we are trying to say here is that is not the world that we live in today. And I don't think that we, the people, are ready to bring that to fruition. Like, we're not ready for what it would take to get rid of our government. That's my argument. That being said, the best we, the people, can do right now is just keep putting pressure on all these government agencies as we move forward and make sure that they at least follow the laws just like they expect us to do. Am I right? Put a one in chat if you agree with me on that. At least agree or disagree there. You can put a two in chat if you disagree on that. I'd like to see that we've got some consensus, because trying not to fall down that rabbit hole right now. I think we, the people, can communicate better if we try to set aside our irrational differences and be more factual and have logical discussions. And for the past couple of weeks, I don't know if I've been quite capable of doing that myself, because I've been so pissed that people are bringing lies to arguments and trying to use that as some kind of basis for the political agendas that people are putting on everybody, which in turn has literally been putting us that close to losing some of the most fundamental constitutional rights that exist. Habeas corpus, you all. I mean, is that the right one? The right to due process that we almost lost just a week ago. We almost lost it a week ago. We almost lost the right to go to court when wrongfully charged. That's not good at all, unless you're ready. If you're ready for what it would take to be completely free of our government, which I argue you're not, if you're ready for that, truly ready, then we don't need due process because we won't need any government functions. I know in your heart, you would probably be able to legitimately say, yes, I'm ready for that. I know that your feelings would allow you. I know that you think you're capable individually, but collectively, and in the position that we're in, I argue that you are, in fact, not. You are not ready for that. I wish we were, because our government has been restricting us of our rights that are on paper for longer than I've been alive. And we see that every day, especially on YouTube channels that are under the description of 1A. You know, that's just the First Amendment. And we're seeing this time and time and time again in the 1A community of, for sure, government operatives, government employees, government agencies that will and do and are absolutely no problem whatsoever violating your rights. So we know that the laws on paper don't actually work. So I'm fine with people saying, you know, you're all fools. You're all fools. You fucking statists. I'm fine with people saying that because they're not wrong. You know, and I'm not a statist because internally, personally, I think we could do it without the government. I think that the last time that was done here in America was when the Native Americans were in charge. And I think that it was functioning. And I think that white people came over here and destroyed that and brought their bad habits and their government with them. And I think that they created some new rules thinking, oh, it'll be better this time. We got the Bill of Rights. We got the Constitution. We're going to make an agreement with our king again. And we did that. White people did that. And then they forced Native Americans to concur along. And after 100 years or so, you get what we have here now. And I do see for sure with facts that right now, no matter how bad things have been in the past, none of that's going to apply to what I'm getting ready to say. Right now, we literally have a sitting president who is trying to complete an agenda that none of us can really say exactly what his agenda is. None of you can say that you really know, because you can't trust the press. You can't trust words out of the government's mouth. You can't believe anything they say. None of them. We all know that. But it appears that his agenda would include having to strip constitutional rights away and break as many laws as you've ever seen the government break all at once before in your lifetimes in order to complete whatever this agenda is. I've got my ideas of what the agenda might end up ultimately being. Like, okay, I'll go ahead and say it. And then we'll get to the video here in just a minute, which is a somewhat different topic. I actually think, this is my personal, we can talk about it on panel after the body camera footage. I'm going to open up panel. But I think, this is just me, it looks to me like the new president is looking to obtain land and overtake, just like you see a lot of other countries doing, like Russia. Russia wanted to occupy other territories and rule it, right? Make it theirs, like in the old days, like they used to do in war, right? Like what war used to be about. And and you can disagree with me on this if you want. You might say, "Oh no, my president isn't doing that," but this is just what I think I foresee. And maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But to me, what it looks like is that Trump is trying to set up an occupying Mexico. I think that he is trying to piss us off as we the people enough to Mexico, in which once he signs and says, let's go to war with Mexico, then I think at that point, I think he's building us up for that. Because I do know that he has been breaking rules and treaties and sending drones and flying airplanes in airspace that is off limits, and they're scoping the place out. Right now, we would easily be able to suggest, like, oh, well, that's because he's looking for the gangs that are down there. Well, okay, maybe he is. Or maybe he's just trying to take over the whole damn country. Maybe he wants to make a 51st state out of a bordering nation. Maybe. And again, I could be wrong. But that I'm allowed to think that might happen in the future. To me, it just seems like there's one common issue that matters in argument. It's that we cannot accept having a government that breaks their own laws. That's what we cannot, as people, as we the people, we cannot accept allowing our government to break their own laws, especially the laws of the Constitution for we the people. Laws, a lot of people get confused about this. Laws are written in saying what you cannot do. Laws are not written to tell people what they can do. Laws are written to tell people what they cannot do. Constitutional law is law that is written directly to the government employees, telling them what they cannot do. Does everybody understand that? Laws only tell people what they cannot do. If it's not a law, then it's not illegal. Just like when we argue reasonable articulable suspicion. If you don't have it, then you can't move forward to the next step in the process. Then it moves to probable cause. If you don't have it, you can't move to the next step of the process. In other words, you can't obtain a warrant if you don't have probable cause. And after you think you have probable cause, it has to be significant enough and substantiated to the point in which a judge would sign off on it, and so on and so forth, all the way up the chain. A week ago, our president signed a bill, an executive order. I'm sorry, not a bill. Our president signed an executive order and attempted to remove due process, the ability to motion to court if you believe you've been wrongfully arrested, so that you can ask the federal courts to take a look at your case and decide whether or not you're there being detained lawfully or not. That is perhaps one of the most important, most used pieces of process, fundamental constitutional needed processes that there is. And I know a lot of you who fantasize and you're going back and forth on a sports level of who you want for president, or you're Republican or you're Democrat or whatever, to the point in which you let yourself get bamboozled into believing that only applied to immigration. That is, in fact, incorrect. If that piece of paper passes and gets put into legislation, then it will be for you and me. It is not at all for just immigrants. That is what we, the people, need to be able to understand in conversations and communicate. We need to be able to decipher what matters right now to everyone and what's typical arguing points for between blue and red. Okay. I'm hoping after my mental break, after my couple of weeks of downward spiral, that I just said that as I meant it. And I hope that it came across in a way that everyone understands. I'm not arguing red or blue. I am only saying that we need to be able to decipher all the bullshit from the most important fundamental issues. And that way we can communicate with each other when something comes up, like, you are about to lose due process, white boys and girls. And that includes black boys and girls, Mexican boys and girls, anybody in American jurisdiction. You're about to lose due process. That's what we needed to be able to communicate a week ago. And that has not been happening. And I hope that I can help at least be a conduit to put aside some of the other argument and be available to have those discussions so that we can fact check them together. Now let's move on to the body camera footage. So I hope I said that okay. I've been offending a lot of people. I've had to take some breaks. I love all of you, and I could not be more grateful to have you in my life or supporting us in the channel. I mean, like, it's just been so tough, literally witnessing things come this close that matter more than anything to our current judicial system, our current legal system, and then not be able to communicate with people about why it's an issue to me. I've had such a hard time trying to figure that out. Anyway, I hope I said it well. Did you all know that I am in real life, IRL, a contractor, a business owner, a contractor? Put a one in chat if you already knew that. I've been doing it for like 25 years. I started my business in 2001. It's not a big business. It's a small business. I started in 2001. It's called Above the Cut. And I did not start it as Above the Cut. I started, and I'm not going to say what it originally, because that's actually why a lot of people, the haters, haven't been able to find my company information. It's because I started my business under a separate name. Anyway, so I am a contractor. I have been doing it for 25 years, since 2001. I hope I'm doing the math right. And we'll get to the video, Mr. Dolly. We'll get to the video. This part is introduction for the video right here where I'm at now. It's a body camera footage video, and it involves some people that are working for some contractors. And as a contractor, I know the ins and outs of getting your crews together, traveling, signing projects where when you're set up, how you get your contracts. They may be in another state, and what kind of vehicles you're going to use for the purposes, and what kind of tools you might need when you get there, the amount of people that it might take to complete the project or whatever. Like, I know all that stuff very well, like the back of my hand. I did it. Okay, so I did residential and moved my way into commercial in 2009. I started residential work in 2001, and I've pretty much always used crews through that whole process. So, and there was times in my business career in which I had 3 crews going constantly, all the time. 3 crews all the time. It cost me more money than I made. Let's put it that way. But I understood it. I was signing projects like big projects for like large companies that would come in from out of state and sign a project, and then I would sign XYZ of this project I can do with my crews, like say roof, siding, windows of an entire maybe apartment complex. Like I would sign those specific things. That was my job. Sometimes they even split that up and say, well, we're going to have 3 roof, siding, and window contractors because this project is so big and our timeline is so tight, whatever. So a lot of times you'll get a job as a contractor in which you need to hurry up and get some extra staff. Like I might need, because I might sign a contract for an apartment complex when I've already got another one going and I've got 30 guys working. But in order to make the timeline that this contract's going to take, I might need 10 more people, right? So a lot of times you'll ask your crew, hey, do you know 10, like anybody that might come to work, we need 10 more guys. And when you're dealing with people in the construction industry, oftentimes they have friends that would be willing to get a job. It's just that easy. And yeah, a lot of times that ends up being people who are immigrants. That happens. And it's not necessarily illegal. Okay. Just being an immigrant is not illegal. So this gets wild because we all here are very aware of street officers and how dumb they can be, and how conspiratorial they might get when they're trying to figure out what's going on when they think they stepped into something, a situation. So the body camera footage that we're about to watch, then this is just kicking this video off. The body camera footage that we're about to watch is a national argument right now. Because the whole thing blew up and it's become like a political discussion, but it shouldn't, because we're going to watch just the body camera footage, and us in here, we're just going to watch this body camera footage of a traffic stop unfold. That's all we're going to pay attention to right now. Okay. Can we do that together? Can we do that together? All of us, no matter if you're red or blue, can we at least just watch a traffic stop? Put a 1 in chat if it's okay with you to just watch and only focus on a singular traffic stop with 2 officers pulling over a group of people, and let's go from there. Can we do that? All right, let's do that. I'm already seeing the ones fly. I appreciate that. I appreciate a little bit of flex, y'all. Let's find a middle ground that we can actually do together without arguing. So let's look at, let me do this. First thing, now we'll go ahead and start watching. All right, here we go. Let's watch this traffic stop.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, and you?
All right.
Everything good?
You got a bunch of people in here, don't you?
It's 1 for shit. Yes. Go back to work.
Gotcha. Where are you working at?
Where?
Where?
San Luis, Missouri.
Missouri?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
That's the first place we need to stop. The officers doing what officers do, they're going to question you. Where you're going. They're going to say what all you got in the car, where you coming from, all those types of things, right? Well, the communication barrier is a little much here because these are immigrants, okay? And they don't necessarily speak fluent English. So there's a little bit of a communication barrier, which gives these officers more room to be conspiratorial. Just keep watching. But I do want to tell you this. I did do some research on this, and I figured out what the route actually was. As a contractor, I can tell you that this makes perfect sense. This guy driving, his name's Garcia. He's from Maryland. He's living in Maryland. He was living in Maryland, and his boss owns a company, and some company vehicles. This particular vehicle looks to me like a Ford Excursion, which seats 8 if it's the diesel Ford Excursion like I used to have. And I used to use it to transport 8 people to the job sites. I mean, that's what I did with. That's why I bought it, because it seated 8 people, so we could get at least 7 people in that one vehicle to and fro job sites. A lot of times, job sites were 2 or 3 hours away. So I think that's what this is. Is that what y'all are getting out of the look on the screen? Does that look like an Excursion to you all? It looks just like my old 2001 Ford Excursion. And if that's the case, it's probably diesel, and it has a 3rd row seat, more than likely. So anyway, so the home base of the construction company is in Maryland, and the driver, Garcia, that's where he's coming from. He's coming from Maryland, and his boss needed more people for a job site that they were doing in St. Louis, Missouri, that he signed for St. Louis, Missouri. So he needed his crew to go from Maryland to St. Louis, Missouri, but he was shorthanded. So he sent Garcia, who happened to know a bunch of people that were willing to work, to Texas, which is like 25-hour drive or something like that, one full day drive, to go pick his buddies up, to go pick up 7 people. And so that's what he did. So this guy's not speaking good English, and he's trying to relay, the answers to the questions that the cop is answering. He's saying, he says, "Where are you working at?" Well, you're working. He says, "I'm working in St. Louis, Missouri," because that's where their job site's at. So he's saying St. Louis, Missouri. They're going to say, "Where are you coming from? Where are you from?" He's going to say Maryland. All right. And I think at some point in the video, maybe it's not this particular video, but one of the videos, they find out that he's going to pick people up from Texas. So, again, if this guy had been around America long enough, he might know not to answer any questions, because cops don't do well when they get answers to their questions. They like to turn it on people. They're trained to turn those answers on people. But that's the situation. The guy is traveling from Maryland to Texas in an 8-seater vehicle to pick people up, to bring back so that they can go do a job in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's keep watching. Oh, real quick. Yeah, never mind. Let me pull this back up.
Shit, yes. Go back to work.
Gotcha. Where are you working at?
Where?
Where?
San Luis, Missouri.
Missouri?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm from Maryland.
Okay. Now the reason I stopped you, we was running 75 down through here.
75?
Yeah. How many rolls have you got in here? 4?
Where?
So simple. Thank you, STD. Welcome to members for another month. Simple traffic stop. Speeding. That's the allegation that the officers made. That's it. That so far, what he sees is 8 Mexicans in an 8-seater vehicle that he alleges were speeding. That's it. So let's go from there.
Where?
4 seats? 4 rows of seats?
Yeah, three seats. Yeah, with it. Yeah.
Did y'all put an extra one in?
Huh?
Did y'all put another one in?
No.
Did it come like this?
Use the truck.
I've never seen one with that many seats in it.
Uh-oh. And this is where the shit's gonna hit the fan, because cops are sheltered idiots. So you all already know, when a cop says, "I had never heard nothing like that before in my life. I don't know nothing about that." This sheltered police officer has never seen a vehicle that packs 8. I had one for almost 10 years. I'm going to tell you right now, they exist. Hold on. Put a 1 in chat if you all have seen a vehicle that has 3rd row seating that seats 8 people. Put a 1 in chat if you've seen it. I'm going to bring this up real quick. I don't know if I can. We'll do it at the end. I'll bring something up real quick. Have you all seen vehicles that seat 8 people, 7 to 8? Because this cop, living the sheltered little life that he lives, has never seen a vehicle that seats 8 people, and he just, for the life of him, can't figure out that there's no conspiracy there. Nobody had to tear the interior out and rebuild it like a bus, and nothing nefarious is going on when you simply have a vehicle that was designed and built to seat 8 people. There are actually minivans currently on the market right now that seat 9. Okay. Yeah. Freeman says the Chevy G30 van seats 12. It's not illegal. Okay. To have a fucking car. It's not suspicious for people to be in a car that was designed to seat 8 people. So that's where it starts. Let's keep watching. This is what started the cop on his conspiracy theory rant. Okay. He's going to lose his fucking mind about this. Watch.
Huh? Did y'all put another one in?
No.
Did it come like this?
Use the truck.
I've never seen one with that many seats in it.
The little one. What you say? It's my boss.
I said I've never seen one with that many seats.
Oh,
in
really?
It. Yeah. That's why I was asking if you'd put an extra one in.
No, it's the same. Like this.
Okay. Nothing illegal?
Nothing, sir.
No drugs or anything?
No herbs. Nothing illegal.
Okay. If I run my dog, will he tell me anything?
Fine.
Oh, no. All right. So now we're going to get to the nitty-gritty. Guys, do you all see reasonable suspicion for this officer to believe that there are drugs in the car? Do you see that? Because now he thinks that it's appropriate because he saw a third row seat. Now he's going to run a drug search. Put a one in chat if that's bullshit. Forget about what color the people are that are driving. Put a one in chat if you think it is bullshit that this cop is going to jump straight to the conclusion that he needs to get a fucking dog and search the car for drugs based on what he has obtained thus far in his questioning. I don't care if you're looking at black people. I don't care if you're looking at white people. I don't care if you're looking at Mexicans. You're looking at a driver and a vehicle with passengers and a driver. And what? You've claimed that they're speeding. You've asked them where they're coming from. They say Maryland. You've asked them where their job site's at. They say St. Louis, Missouri. And then you ask them if they have drugs in the car. They say no. So immediately you're going to say, well, I'm going to run my dog through your car. Why? In what world is that reasonably articulated suspicion of drugs? There is nothing to suspect drugs here. So what's this cop really doing, guys? What is he really doing? You can jump to all the conclusions you want at this point because that's exactly what the officers are doing. This officer is jumping to conclusions. Now, we all know that cops are trained to immediately suspect that every single person is nothing but a fucking criminal in the United States of America. And they are also all drug addicts. Am I right? Put a one in chat if you agree. Cops are drug addicts. They are addicted to looking for, finding, and obtaining drugs. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Cops have to have their fix. So they are even trained, and they pat each other on the back and they push each other to do these drug searches, whether they have reasonable suspicion or not. And that is what you're seeing here. Maybe it's racism. Maybe it might get more. You might feel more like it's racism here in a moment. I'm going to leave that up to you completely, but let's see how this turns out. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a cut because they didn't release all of the body camera footage. So I assume that this part that was redacted by the government is where they're running the dog through the car. But they did get permission because Mr. Garcia, having broken English, probably not fully knowing his rights, probably not watching people like us on YouTube, probably thought that it was the best idea to cooperate with this officer. It turns out that was a really bad idea for Garcia. So there's going to be a break, and this is the part we don't get to watch together right now, which is the dog rummaging through the car. I'm sure they got everybody out. They let the dog go through the car. And then we're going to jump here to the officers having a discussion together. There's two Tennessee State Patrol officers together here on this stop. And in most body camera cases, the redacted part is when the cops talk to each other. That's the part we usually don't get to see. But in this particular body camera footage, we're going to skip straight to the part where they talk together. And you know how we always say, I'll bet you that was the part where they committed conspiracy? Well, let's see what you think. Let's see what you think.
He's hauling these people for money. There's 8 people.
Okay. If I run my dog, will he tell me anything?
He's hauling these people for money. There's 8 people.
Hold up. What? He's hauling these people for money. What? Wait, did we miss something here? The dog must have come back with nothing because they cut that. Okay, the government cut that when they released this footage. What do you mean he's hauling these? What do you have, officer, to come to that conclusion? What the fuck? Bro, is that stocking hat you're wearing, officer from Tennessee? Is that lined with your fucking tinfoil, bro? Like, what are you talking about? Where did you get that? He made that shit up out of his diaper. All right, let's see what else he says.
Okay. If I run my dog, will he tell me anything?
He's hauling these people for money. There's 8 people in there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. They put an extra row of seats in there.
Yeah. So let me ask you this.
Wait, there it is. That's why. Okay, now we have reasonable. No, we don't. 8 people in the car does not give you a reason to suspect that they are human trafficking. What the fuck? It is an 8-seater vehicle. I'm white. I have had white people filling my excursion countless times, and I have never trafficked humans in my life. And if a cop was to pull me over and see my fucking crew in my excursion sitting in seats with their seatbelts all fastened in place where the vehicle was made for it, and the cop asked me, "Are you hauling these white people for money?" I would say, "You're out of your fucking mind, bro. Like, what is wrong with you? Why would you even ask me that? What the fuck? That is not. Is that reasonable? Is this a conspiracy, guys? 1 in chat for yes, 2 in chat for no. Don't worry about what color their skin is, because that is not part of reasonable suspicion. So please throw your input. 1 in chat if you think that this is literally conspiratorial. 2, if you think they really do have reasonable, articulable suspicion during this traffic stop with these facts to be able to suspect human fucking trafficking. Let's finish watching it.
This, they don't have any luggage in there, right? And there's 8 people in there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. They put an extra row of seats in there.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. They don't have any luggage in there, right? And if you get them out, they're going to have a tube of toothpaste, and they're going to have toothbrushes in their pockets. I guarantee it.
Okay, so okay. So they're trying to justify their reasoning, reasonable articulated suspicion. They're trying to justify it by saying, well, they probably don't have no luggage in there, right? Well, officer, if you're traveling a single day trip with 8 people in your car, or at least 1 all the way there, maybe 2 on the way there, pick up 6. Who fucking knows? They answered your questions for you to have reason to believe the opposite of what you're going to conspire. I would believe that you don't need luggage to travel one day to Texas from Maryland and then shower and clean up. And you might have a toothbrush because you're going to brush your teeth, you're going to shower, you're going to change your clothes, maybe wash your clothes when you get there to Texas. And then you spend the night and then you travel back the next day. If you ask me, I would say be pissed that these dumb pigs can't reason and still somehow get paid $70,000 to $150,000 a year to be fucking stupid when they pull people over in America, because they have reason to the opposite of believing that this is a human trafficking situation. I can give you a reason why, and that's how court works on this. I can give you a reason why a person would not have luggage. I can give you a reason a person would have 8 people in their vehicle, and I can give you a reason that the person would not, that the person would be able to travel across that area of the country. All right. All those questions are answered. The only questions you should be asking is, why were you speeding? Am I right? That's the only reasonable thing that this officer or these officers have, is to say, we believe you were speeding, and ask questions about the speeding. They do not have a reason. They do not have RAS to suspect. That's what the S is. They don't have it. They don't have reason to suspect anything other than speeding. So why is this important with today's situation? The case became a national argument because these dumb pigs from Tennessee, these fucking hillbilly inbred dumbass pigs from Tennessee, decided that under their $120,000 a year salary, that they don't need brains and they don't have to be factual and follow court rules and understand law and know how cases are prosecuted in order to fill out their police narratives. So these dumb pigs decided to put some shit on their narratives. And in their narrative form, which is official public record, okay, on a traffic stop, they literally wrote that they suspected these people of human trafficking because, this is their cause, the reason they felt like they were okay to write this on an official record, because there were 8 people in the car, because they were pulled over for speeding, and because the English was broken in the discussion about where are you going. And the final thing that they wrote in their narrative was that they did not have luggage on a one-day trip. And that is being used to the public, okay, by a very unprofessional group of government employees right now to try to sacrifice this man's character. We cannot use this information to determine or judge whether or not this Mexican, Garcia, is a criminal or not based on what you just watched. These dumb Tennessee hicks, which I'm country, right? I'm a fucking country boy, and I'm looking at 2 Tennessee country boys, and they're so stupid that I am able to call like individuals hicks, because they are. I'm country, they're hicks, they're stupid. They were born in barns, right? Because I say that because any fucking pea-brained idiot knows that works in government, knows what PC is, what RAS is. You're supposed to fucking know these things, cops. And that is why we cannot trust the documentation that police officers put on record. Because they're stupid. Want to chat? If you think that a lot of cops are just simply fucking stupid. So these stupid fucks wrote some crazy conspiracy shit on their documentation, which is public record, which has now came out. And now the Republican Party, or Red, or whatever you want to call it, the people supporting Donald fucking Trump, which is another head of government, right, who lies all the damn time and is literally signing executive orders trying to remove your white people and black people and Mexican and Asian, all of your rights to due process. There are a huge collective group of people who are saying, let's fucking defame the fuck out of this Garcia guy and call him a criminal because Trump said so and he needs our help. That is the most disgusting display of fucking ignorant bootlicking that I have ever seen in my life. We cannot argue about this kind of shit. We cannot allow ourselves to be separated by that ignorance when we all know that you can watch body camera footage of police officers and see for yourselves that the information that those officers obtained is the same shit we watch day in and day out. The same bullshit where we watch cops throw people in jail who are completely fucking innocent or write people tickets who were not doing anything that they were suspected of because cops don't know how to develop RAS or probable cause. We see it all the time. So this case is no different. This is not any different than that. But for some reason, this case has got people on the internet everywhere in America and all over the world that are just fine with completely slandering the fuck out of this dude over that body camera footage and saying he was trafficking humans. He is a criminal. He might be a criminal, but that fucking body camera footage definitely does not say that. You cannot gather that information off of what we just watched. You can't. So these bootlickers, I don't care what side of the fence you're on in politics, but these bootlickers, these liars are saying, after watching what you just watched, they are saying that man is guilty because of that footage of human trafficking. Y'all, I don't care how much hate you have in your heart. I don't care if you are the most racist motherfucker in America. You cannot abuse that here with this case. Because you're the one I'm saying, the racist fuck, the bootlicker. I'm talking to you. Your due process depends on you not lying about what you see in this body camera footage. The Trump administration later overlaid on the man's knuckles. He had some tattoos that said smoke weed every day. Under God. That's what they found in the tattoo parlors, on the walls of the tattoo parlors. They were able to find the 4 tattoos that he had. And what it stood for was smoke weed under God every day. But Trump administration had cops or somebody overlay MS13 on it. It was obvious that it was an overlay. And our government took that overlaid photograph, showed it to the mainstream legacy news, which we cannot depend on, y'all, and decided that they were going to show you, Americans, that this dude is, in fact, based on that photograph, a fucking gang member. What? Put a 1 in chat if you smoke weed every day. Put a 1 in chat if you believe in God. Put a 2 in chat if you smoke weed under God every day. I'm sure that in most states that ain't illegal, but I'm 100% positive that in the whole fucking world, that does not make you a gang member. Joe Cool in the house. I know you smoke weed under God every day, bro. And I love you for it. So, how the fuck are we going to let ourselves get divided? I don't care if you're blue, red, sports fan, non-sports fan, bootlicker, non-bootlicker, fucking, you're American. You're here. We can't let this misinformation guide us to making a legal determination that results in removing all of our due process rights to be able to challenge and ask the courts to review cases in which we are unlawfully detained. That fucking matters. So fuck anyone who is going to lie about what they know that they are seeing. You know that the MS-13 on those knuckles was an overlay. You know how to find those tattoos on Tattoo Parlor's wall and see what the letters are underneath that it says it's for. Look. Oh, wrong one. That one there is Native American. It says Doc Neat Taga. You know where I got that lettering from? The internet. Doc Neat Taga. Okay? It means my brother by blood. But someone could put MS-13 on there, couldn't they? And then show it to people and say, that's what it means. The fuck? You could go find this symbolism under Native American symbols, and you could see that is, in fact, what they mean. My brother by blood. You can find that. That is what happened in the knuckle tattoos on the Garcia case. The tattoo artists were like, yep, we got that shit on our wall. That's what it says. So you don't have to believe them, but you do have to see, like, you can't be stupid enough to see the overlaid font that's clearly just overlay font put on there by some government actor that says the letters MS-13. You know that's not tattooed on this dude's hand. So, and look, we're just saying the facts here. That's what matters. The facts are what matters. And with that, I'm going to take a chance because we've, as a whole, as a nation, been in a position to where trusting facts is not as simple as that sounds, because our legacy media is known for lying and twisting the facts. We watch social media accounts just like this one, in which you have to question, do these people actually have facts that they're providing this information with, or are they mixing too much of their interpretation or non-factual stuff in? Like, do we know? Do we know? There are a lot of ways to obtain facts. So we're going to bring Flow State and OMC up here first, and we're going to kind of talk a little bit about, I'm going to pin the link, but for right now, that link is for Flow State and OMC to come up, because we're going to kind of give you another introduction for kind of the second half of this, to kind of talk about how facts matter and how we obtain them and some things like that, because the three of us had a private conversation not long ago in which we discussed that. And I thought, hey, we need to have that discussion live in front of everybody, because this is information that everyone needs to sort through, you know? So guys, hang on a second. I'm going to pin the StreamYard's link. And that, again, is for right now, that is for Flow and for OMC to come up. And we're just going to talk for just a minute, and then we're going to open the panel for other people. So bear with us. So that link that I just put up is for Flow and for Tiffany. Let me go ahead and close some of this stuff out. Oh, real quick, while we're doing that, I'm going to show you guys something else while we're waiting on Flo and Tiffany to come up. Just in case anyone questions, the 8-seat, 9-seat, whatever, right there it is. So this is AI generated, but it's Google, and it tells you that, you know, these vehicles, in fact, have the ability from the factory to seat more than 8 people. So this is kind of a good example of what we're getting ready to discuss, is being able to utilize tools that we have at our availability to decipher information. I'm going to show you all. Where is it? There we are. All right.
Yo,
What's up, Flo?
what's going on?
Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for coming
You
up,
too.
man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, I got this one backstage. Hey, honey, your mic is muted.
I know.
Welcome in. Official misconduct. Everybody loves you. I can't really say the same about you, Flo. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you really can't say the same about me. That's a fact.
See?
But
There we
you
go.
can't say the
Talking
same about you
fact.
either.
Exactly. I think I got you topped on that, actually.
You
I
do
think I
have me
got you
topped.
beat.
Not a lot of people have me topped, but I think you do.
I get that cake, man. I'll eat it too.
And everybody likes Katie too. So we're in the same situation.
Right? What
Douchebag
is it about
dudes, likable women.
what is it about us, man? Not being able to win them over, man. Like, I don't understand it.
I don't know that we're trying that hard.
You're right. I really don't try.
Should we try harder?
I care about my relationships with people. I think I just have clear-cut boundaries,
Right.
and I make zero exceptions when it comes to those boundaries. You know,
I would say
so like,
that sounds, and my knee-jerk reaction is that sounds like my situation as well.
yeah. So if somebody's going to cross that line, I'm going to fucking don't give a fuck about that relationship, because there isn't one. And, once you cross the boundary, there isn't one. That's just kind of the way I've been able to maintain my own mental health. You know what I mean?
Right.
And even Tiffany will tell you that same thing. Like, it applies to her. Like, it's everyone in my life. You're talking to a dude who's able to cut his own mother out of my life because she's schizophrenic and she was really unhealthy. You know, very abusive, very unhealthy for me. And
You make
every
yourself
time,
sound like a badass savage.
what? I think it's the opposite, man. I think it makes me vulnerable.
Well, I mean, it could be taken either way. Your haters are
Even-
going to see you from one perspective, of course.
Even at your most vulnerable, you're still a badass savage. That's pretty badass.
Whatever. All right. I'm getting my ass. I'm blushing up here.
Well, that's what happens when you be vulnerable online.
So
That's why I don't do it.
Tiffany, you were next to me when we watched the actual executive order video. Like, we were watching Donald Trump was signing
Yes.
that executive order. And well, I mean, do you remember how that went? I think I kind of looked at you and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, what? I was like, what does that mean, Tiff? Because she's, in her first year of law school.
I'm only going for my bachelor's right now. Pre-law.
Right. Pre-law, whatever you want to call it. But you are better than me at knowing some of that, especially like the Latin terminology and things like that. And so I was like, what is habeas corpus? Am I right? Is that what it is?
Yes.
So I turned to her and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I think that's part of due process. Like, I don't know that much about law or whatever, but so way I did that. And I'm sure I'm going to get some people that are going to be like, what the fuck, dude? You can't do it like that. The way I did that in the moment, I asked Tiffany first, which I think is the safer route. But I got this. I just downloaded my phone is an Android, and recently it had an update, and they offered me Gemini, which is an AI service, not unlike all the other AI services, Grok, you know. So I kind of got a little bit lazy in using this Gemini thing to simply ask, here, I'll show you how I did it. So I'm like, what is habeas corpus?
Habeas corpus, Latin for "you shall have the body," is a legal principle and a writ, court order, that protects individuals from unlawful detention. It's often referred to as the Great Writ because it serves as a fundamental safeguard of individual liberty against arbitrary or illegal imprisonment by the government. Here's a breakdown of what it means. Core function. A writ of habeas corpus compels the custodian of a detained person, e.g., a warden, law enforcement official, to bring the person before a court. The custodian must then demonstrate a lawful and justifiable reason for the person's detention. The court examines the legality of the detention, not necessarily the guilt or innocence of the individual. Key aspects. Challenge to legality. It's a mechanism for a person in custody to challenge the legal basis of their imprisonment. This could involve questioning the constitutionality of their conviction, the legality of their arrest, or the conditions of their confinement. Focus on process. Habeas corpus proceedings generally focus on whether the proper legal procedures were followed and whether constitutional rights were violated, rather than re-examining the facts of the case to determine guilt or innocence. Post-conviction remedy. In the United States, it's often used as a post-conviction remedy by state or federal prisoners who have exhausted their direct appeals and believe their detention violates federal law or the Constitution. Civil action. Technically, a habeas corpus petition is considered a civil action against the person or entity holding the individual, not a continuation of the original criminal case. Historical context. The concept of habeas corpus has deep roots in Anglo-American law, dating back to the Magna Carta in 1215, which guaranteed freedom from illegal imprisonment. The writ evolved over centuries in England and was later incorporated into the legal systems of the United States. The U.S. Constitution explicitly mentions it in Article 1, Section 9, which states that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. Examples of when habeas corpus might be used. A prisoner argues that their constitutional rights were violated during their trial, e.g., ineffective assistance of counsel, illegally obtained evidence. A person believes they are being held without any legal basis or due process. An individual challenges the conditions of their confinement as being unconstitutional. In some cases, it can be used in immigration matters to challenge unlawful detention. In essence,
Oops. I lost it. So I would do something like that to start out with. And then, you know, I would carry it to another question. So in the moment, I had a lot of questions, and I was waiting on Tiffany to use her resources to actually look up habeas corpus. And I think I may have said something like, is habeas corpus just for immigrants?
the term you might be thinking of is habeas corpus, not habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is a legal principle and a writ, legal order, that protects individuals from unlawful detention. It's a fundamental safeguard of individual liberty. Here's what's important to understand about habeas corpus. Not specific to immigrants. Habeas corpus applies to anyone who is detained, regardless of their citizenship or immigration status, within the jurisdiction of the court issuing the writ. Purpose. The main purpose of habeas corpus is to allow a detained person to challenge the legality of their detention before a court. The court will then determine if there is a lawful basis for their imprisonment. Immigration context. While not exclusively for immigrants, habeas corpus is frequently used in immigration cases. Immigrants who are detained by immigration authorities can file a habeas corpus petition to challenge the lawfulness of their detention, the conditions of their confinement, or the legality of a removal order in certain circumstances. So to directly answer your question, no, habeas corpus is not just for immigrants. It is a broader legal protection available to anyone who believes they are being unlawfully detained.
So then my next thought was, I was listening to Trump talk, our president. I was listening to our president talk about this executive order that he was putting in, right? Which matters. And they were saying something to the effect of that we are being invaded, that it could be used at a time of invasion. So my next move was to say, is the United States currently being invaded right now?
While the United States is not currently experiencing a traditional military invasion by another country, it is facing significant challenges related to illegal immigration and border security. Here's a breakdown of the situation. Increased illegal immigration. The U.S. has seen a substantial increase in the number of individuals attempting to enter the country illegally, particularly at the southern border. This has led to overcrowding of facilities, strains on resources, and concerns about border security. Irregular border crossings. Many individuals are crossing between official ports of entry, which poses dangers to the migrants themselves due to harsh terrain and criminal organizations, and creates challenges for law enforcement. Drug trafficking and criminal activity. Illegal immigration routes are also used by cartels and criminal organizations to traffic drugs and engage in other illicit activities, further complicating border security efforts. National security concerns. There are concerns that inadequate vetting of individuals entering the country could pose national security risks. It's important to distinguish between these issues and a traditional military invasion, which involves the armed forces of a foreign power entering and occupying territory. While the situation at the border presents serious challenges and is a matter of national concern, it does not constitute a military invasion. The U.S. government has taken measures to address border security, including increased law enforcement presence, infrastructure enhancements, and diplomatic efforts. However, the situation remains complex and is a subject of ongoing political debate and policy adjustments.
All right. Flo, what's
Can
your
I ask
thought?
a question? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he knows that I'm about to jump his ass for using AI for information, particularly important information. So I was going to ask Gemini some questions as well and let it explain itself. Is Gemini a large language? Whoa.
Trained by Google.
There we go. Gemini, what is a large language model?
A large language model, LLM, is a type of artificial intelligence, AI program that is designed to understand, generate, and process human language. Here's a breakdown of what that means. Large. This refers to the massive amount of data these models are trained on. This data includes billions of words, phrases, and sentences from the internet, books, articles, and other sources. This vast training allows them to learn the nuances, patterns, and rules of human language.
It's a language priority. It's designed to take combinations of words and put them together in what it thinks is the most desirable response for its audience. That's why they're great for writing things like video descriptions, and they're bad for doing things like looking up legal information because they prioritize the articulation over the factuality. I'm not going to ask it right now because the last time I did it, I had to actually ask questions for quite a while before Gemini admitted that it actually does not have access to current internet information. It can't like do a Google search like we can and look up the information in real time. It does have access to a lot of data, but it's not a live internet activity.
Now, Flo, I'm going to have to say something in response to you. Are you aware that Chat GPT 4 was able to pass the universal bar exam?
So no, I'm not. I'd heard that, but I don't know anything about it. Is that a written?
It's written by Stanford Law. There's an
I mean,
article on their site.
Is it like a Scantron test or like a written answer test?
It did multiple choice and essay questions, and it passed, I think, in the 90th percentile. But now, I don't trust AI. In school, I'm allowed to use it to do a basic search, but then I have to look at the sites that it brings up for me, and I have to either use a government site or a .org site. So it does bring up the option to not hear long-winded speeches like what Chris listens to. But you can also look at the links, and if you follow the links, it gives you good information. I
There
just
you
have to
go.
make sure that I use .gov or .org, and that is a good way to start your search. But you just have to make sure that you go to a legitimate site to get the actual factual information and not just something that's predetermined by artificial intelligence.
Could you repeat the
Right.
dot again? Like what
It's
would be the,
either a .gov or a .org site.
and what would be the purpose, Tiff, in .gov and .org? What do those letters and whatnot represent?
Well, a government site is supposed to be a fact checked site that's published by our government. And then the .org is supposed to be similar. They're supposed to be fact checked as well. But I always reference those and look at their resources as well.
Now, the reason I asked you that is because I wanted to elaborate just a little bit. In my experience, it appeared to me like .gov sites were where you would actually find legitimate records, and .org would be fact-checked information on government. I could be wrong, but what we have figured out is that, like, even through your schooling, those are acceptable sources of information as long as at the end it says .gov or .org. You get to submit that, right?
Correct.
Or wrong?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's a good tip for you all. So here's what we're trying to do, guys. We all know that we don't know who to trust. We don't know where trustworthy information comes from.
It comes
I
from
would-
us. It comes from YouTube.
From YouTube.
That's
Well,
right, Flo. That's right.
I would propose that it comes from the ability of a collective group of people providing as factual or as close to factual information to one another, running across each other, and each person breaking apart whatever the discussion is about and calmly being able to communicate with each other in an effort to eliminate a process of elimination of the unneeded parts until we have a, like, as close as you can get, factual situation, just like we just did with that body camera footage, the Garcia case, in which the portion of it where they're saying, you know, hey, this guy's a proven, you know, drug or human mule because of this body camera footage. We took just the body camera footage, just that topic, and we watched it and we broke it down and we compared it to policies that we've already fact checked together, and we've already concurred about all the facts that we found, like reasonable article of suspicion. What kind of questions are police officers going to ask? Is it normal for them to run dog searches around a car given ABC? These are things that people in this group already know. Okay. So I think that we together are able to break these types of things down and continue to use new resources to develop more facts as needed. Does that sound about right to you too?
Yeah. Plus, I love proving you wrong every chance I can get. So,
And that's exactly why I would actually kind of disagree with you, because people are baggage, and people like to argue.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that I agree with that, but I see the logic you're working with, and there's some. I'll neither agree nor disagree.
What I like
plead
the
the
most,
fifth.
the way I like to do it with having Tiffany on my team, is after I do an AI search with any AI source, Gemini, Grok, whatever, it usually at the bottom, it provides the sources, a link to the sources where it got the information, which of course brings me to another cue on the internet. What I like to depend on, and this is just for my part of it, I like watching the words come out of a motherfucker's mouth. I've always said video, audio, you know, I know that it can have holes poked in it because we have also AI, but I think we can distinguish AI from not AI most of the time as well. And in my personal experience, I think I know what it looks like when you're sitting at a government meeting, right? I've seen it enough times. I've gone to enough councils and board meetings. I know what it looks like when you're sitting in a room and these cucks are up there talking about business. And I like to watch the meetings. And like if I get information about what our government is doing, and I know that there was like a heated topic between a couple of senators and maybe the FBI director or something like that. Personally, I ask questions to AI to try to break down what the subject is really about. And then I take that information and I click the source so I can go watch the engagement myself. And then I like to back it up through Tiffany and let her utilize her research resources to prove or disprove if the policies or the laws are being misdirected. And
It
I think it
sounds
takes. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think it sounds to me like you're using it in an appropriate way. I do a lot of debates, and there's a real temptation for people to just ask AI a question and then try to use that to support their claim. And so that's probably why I'm kind of hardline about not using AI, but it does sound like you're using it in the way it should be used.
Right. And I don't always use AI. Sometimes the video is provided by legacy media. I just like to, I think what I'd like to offer, what maybe speed people up to learn what I've learned and from my mistakes or whatever. I'll tell you how I got quicker at it was when I watch legacy media. I don't care if it's Fox. I don't care if it's CNN. I don't care. First of all, I don't actually watch them, but when I see something that I do care about that concerns my constitutional freedom or government lying or misappropriation of funding, anything that matters to me, right? When I see it, I'll watch it, no matter what channel it might be coming from. And what I like to do on that to kind of speed things up is, of course, today's times, they're gonna give their opinion during it. They're gonna try to interpret what they're watching. That part I like to be able to cut out. Like I think of it when I'm making a video, like when I'm editing a video, and I think, okay, what parts of this are not mine to use or not necessary for the body of the video? Those are the things you can just cut and throw away. So when I listen to a mainstream article, that would be the thing I would cut and throw away, would be their interpretation, like whoever's narrating. It would be their narration that I would throw away. And it would be, I would stick to just the subject matter. So I don't know if that's going to help anybody or not, but I mean, it helps me. But I do think we live in a time where it is a major concern for everyone being able to depend on the information they obtain, no matter where they're getting it from. Would you two agree?
Say that again. I was distracted by something else.
I was distracted too. I was reading the chat.
I think we live in a time where it truly is. It is. We can't depend on things that we hear and see from any sources.
I 100% agree. It seems like some point in the last 10 years, the internet went from being the place where you can get information on anything to the place where you can't trust anything you see there. So yeah, I'm with that.
I agree. Research. Do your own research on everything and don't trust what you hear from anyone. I support research. That's how you learn. That's how you grow. And that's how you learn who you can and cannot trust.
So, Tiffany, you love me, right? I hope.
Really put yourself in.
Moment of truth. No,
tell him no for the lulz.
Absolutely not. What's your next question?
But
you love me, right?
Absolutely.
I do. I set myself up for that. What up, Steve?
Yeah,
Thank you for being a member for 2 months. But Tiff, you trust me in our relationship and love me like I'm trying to set something up here. So don't play along, but be honest.
Gotcha.
Do you love and depend and trust me?
Yes.
So if I came home and said, honey, you're not gonna believe what happened. as I was driving up the interstate, some asshole cut me off and slammed on the brakes, and that's why there's a dent in my bumper. Would you believe that story from me?
I would, because you've never lied to me to the best of my knowledge.
There you go.
It's
So,
because you accept things easily, I can see.
I'm very gullible.
but I think that the point is that I'm making here is that I know a lot of people watch the government on television and certain channels, and you know, they feel like they're connected, right? Like when you like someone, you know, and you don't have to be in love with them. I'm not talking about like a sexual relationship here. I'm saying when you like someone and you have built some kind of rapport with them, you come to the feeling where what they say you just believe. And I think that a lot of what we're dealing with right here and now with the topic that we're discussing on this show right now, I think that we all felt more confident in what Donald Trump was saying to us and his administration was saying to us when he said, and he's gone on this for a long time. He said, you can't trust the media. You can't trust the government. He said, they're corrupt. Well, I think we all believe that. I think we all know that to some extent. Even the government knows that what he's saying, they can't deny that there is corruption and there is issues that are not resolved, and you know, people have been taking advantage of it, and there is questionable shit about everybody and every agency and all this. So I think people just automatically started fawning at that point. I could be wrong, but it appears to me that people are forgetting or something, that Donald Trump is in fact just another member of government. And
He's an actor.
on top of it, he's a government actor, like literally to the terminology that's used in law. Am I right, Tiff?
Yeah. Did you see my message? I said I'll be right back. I got to take Diesel out. Sorry. I was about to
Oh,
head out the door when I heard you say
shit,
my
I'm
name.
sorry. I didn't even know he shouldn't
No,
need to
you're
go out.
good. You're good.
Oh, accidentally trying to open your message. I accidentally opened TikTok. Every time I go to touch my phone, a notification pops up exactly when I'm touching the screen. End up hitting the wrong damn thing.
Do you have Discord?
I don't use it. I have one, but I couldn't figure it out. I didn't want to.
Discord is, you got to mute that app or it will just destroy your life.
I bet Tiff's listening right now going, She's been doing Discord lately, and it's just like ding, 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 ding.
I have all the Discord notifications on everything turned completely off. Ain't nobody getting through that way.
Right? Yeah, Discord's wild too, man.
All
Shit
right,
be
I'm
going
back.
down. Shit be popping off in some Discord, don't it, babe?
Discord's interesting.
I was just saying that you got to, like, you have to mute that app or it will destroy your life if you leave the notifications on.
Oh, absolutely.
So, what I was saying is that, you know, it's not wrong of people to like someone that says things to them or promises them things or builds some type of relationship, even if that person is in the government. I don't have a problem with you doing that, but I do think that you would in fact be wrong if you were to try to suggest that that person is anything other than someone working in the government when they have an official title and an official role and an official duty, and they are in fact in government. What say you?
So you're saying not to trust people in government, basically.
Well, I'm saying we all know that government actors, all of them, will at some point fail at what they promise.
People are self-serving, and government is uniquely structured in that it has a monopoly on force. It doesn't produce anything; it just redistributes things that it takes coercively, and its justification for existing is that it addresses problems that private parties and free markets cannot address on their own, right? So it needs a problem. With that sort of system structure, basically every government entity is incentivized to have problems out there. Yeah, I think that there's nothing really less that you can trust in government.
Yeah, in my opinion, there's more reason to always be on guard before you just believe. Like it's not the same as my relationship with Tiffany, in that I'm not telling you that you shouldn't trust your spouse when they come home and say that the reason why their bumper's damaged is because this is what happened. However, even that could be a lie. So what in the hell are you thinking when you know that this agency, this very word government, is known for lying? They are. Matter of fact, the dude you're rooting for right now, that's his whole campaign premise.
Well, it's
They're
not
lying.
even that, Chris. It's if you look at the educational requirements for each position, that will say everything. If you just look at the educational requirements for each position within the government.
Um, so that being said, let's talk about what it takes to be a president, or what, like, how fucked up can you be? How fucked up is fucked up, right? Do you have to graduate high school to be the president, Tiffany? Do you know?
I do not know,
Flo?
but I'm guessing that you probably do. I haven't had time to look into that aspect of government completely yet.
There are no education requirements.
Uh-oh. Where did you get that information from, Flo?
It wasn't AI, was it?
No, it wasn't. I just know it. Am I right?
Well, I would like for people to look it up. This is practice.
Okay.
So now that we've done that, I'm going to ask chat. Chat, I know you might have to leave for a second to do this, but can you all verify? Can we verify together using factual information and resources that are all available to us to find out if a person has to graduate high school to become president? Let's give them a moment to do that. I'm going to ask another question while we're waiting on that. Can you have a criminal history, starting with Tiffany? Can you have a criminal history to be a president?
I wouldn't think so. But I mean, apparently you can. I know I wouldn't want a criminal president, but apparently you can have a criminal history.
You can't vote. You can, yes, you can be a criminal president, and you can actually even run and technically be elected from prison. But you can't vote in your own election. So, kind of interesting.
Right. Because felons can't vote.
Depends on the state.
Okay.
People who are incarcerated, though, I don't think anywhere in the U.S. can vote. A lot of places like where I'm at, your voting rights are automatically reinstated after you complete your sentence.
Thank you, ANCAP Gamer, for gathering that information. I'm going to pin that. And I did research that question before we come up, and I came to the conclusion, to the best of my ability, using what I believe to be factual information, that you do not have to graduate high school to become the president. If I'm wrong, I'm more than willing to have an open dialogue and conversation with people later on. Even you can pin your source in the comments. If it's questionable, I'll be more than happy to have a logical discussion about it. And that goes along with anything that I say or stand on during any of my videos. And that goes for all my videos. Like if you watch a police engagement on body camera footage or something, and you see where I made a mistake or potentially, gave an unfactual moment of an inaccurate detail of a record or something like that. Talk to me. Let's have an open dialogue, because I think that's one of the problems we're having as we the people right now. I think that we're jumping too quick to just argue. I think the forever man known strategy of divide and conquer is in play right now. And I think that's a big part of our problem.
Agree. That is the nature of the two-party system, right?
I'm trying to use my phone. I'm not as good at this stuff as you, Flo, running these StreamYards and shit. So I'm trying to get into my own
Flo
chat.
makes it look easy.
I know
whenever
he
he's doing
does. I'm jealous. I'm trying to get into my own chat, and like my phone's messing up on me now. But what I wanted to do was pin NCAP's research there, because he went and I don't know how to pin it from the computer.
You can't pin it from StreamYard. You got to do it in YouTube.
I'll just put it right there for a minute.
Okay.
So that'll work. I'll start doing that, because I can't get it to open on my phone.
I keep the YouTube window open in a tab right beside the StreamYard window on my computers, so that I can just jump back and forth.
What do you do about the echo?
I mute.
Well,
I mute
one or the other.
I mute YouTube. I mute the YouTube tab.
Okay.
I don't keep the video rolling. I just pause the video on the YouTube tab, because the only thing I go over for is to pin things, or to do polls, or to if somebody needs blocked or timed out.
Gotcha. I got my mods doing that, but thank you for that information. I'll get better. I'll get better. Do y'all like the green screen? I have to thank Odin if he's in here. He's on the other side of the world, so he may not be awake right now.
The quality is crisp. Yeah. You're not having weird splotches kind of fading in and out and stuff. So yeah, the setup's good.
So it's working good. How about the green screen? Is that good?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. A lot of times, when people have their stuff on lower quality, it just.
And I don't have the purchase version, so I can't do 1080 until I bite the bullet and pay more money than I have in my pocket, which I'm not inclined to do
like
soon.
this. Like, see how I kind of.
Yeah, that's what mine was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Odin got us a green screen, so thank you very much for that, Odin. And it's working great, man. So we're very, very much excited to get the office together enough. I don't know if you knew this, Flo, but a few weeks ago, we got a real bad leak, and the water came in from my chimney and went right to the top of my computer system and just dumped the water on it.
No, I didn't. Oh yeah, no, I did. You told me that.
Yeah, it fucked me up, man. Got everything. I got a soundboard, this microphone, and all this. But yeah, it is a mess. But I got it all together. I think the leak is fixed. I don't know about the leak being fixed. We'll figure it out when it pours down and wind blows the right direction again. Anyway, I'm glad it's all working. I want to open the panel for discussion. What I'd like to do is let maybe one or two people up at a time, and I'd like to open a dialogue. Are you down for that? You're up here, Flo. Do you mind if we do that?
Let us dialogue.
Okay, let's dialogue some more. What do you mean with letting people up?
Yeah.
Hey, wait, does my opinion not matter here? No.
Your opinion is probably more important than mine and Flo's put together, Tiff.
No, I get it.
She is a woman. Don't forget that she's a woman.
And we're proven idiots, Flo. A lot of people have pointed that out.
We are retarded. That's
I'll
true.
just go make some sandwiches.
Katie's doing that now too.
What's your opinion on honey?
Well, of course, I'm all for conversation.
What's your opinion on the subject that we were talking about as far as division and if that's happening currently with our right now administration?
I think that's been there their go-to tactic with everything. And I put it in the chat earlier. Black versus white, red versus blue, legal versus illegal. It's something to redivert our attention so we're not paying attention to the important topic and subject that is being changed right in front of our faces.
What do you think is the most important thing that's being changed right in front of our face right now? Out of all the crazy shit that's
Our
going
judicial
on.
system, our due process. Without our due process, we are screwed. And people think that that's directed just at, quotation marks, illegals right now. But when there are no more illegals, then who's going to be up next? Because
I think
they're not
it's
going to stop using it. Once they get that power, they're not going to just give it up.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Flo? Do you think once you give the government something that they are allowed to use, like if you write a law in or give them extra qualified immunity or something of that nature, that they're going to use it for sure? Or
they're for sure going to use it, and they're going to use it way out of context. They're going to use it in as many different contexts as they possibly can get away with. Yes. And the first question you asked her is what the most significant thing that we're seeing being changed. And I think that it's people's perspectives. It's wild to me watching all the most diehard MAG Americans cheering on the dismantling of the government and the challenging of birthright citizenship and the executive orders to just throw people, like, they're cheering on the World Economic Forum agenda. That's what it looks like to me.
And do you have any personal hate towards MAGA people?
No, I'm not MAGA, but I would consider myself closer to MAGA than to the alternative. I'm definitely not, a lefty.
Do you have any spite individually towards any, other than anger towards what you just said, possibly? Previous to that, do you have any bias towards people that consider themselves like MAGA patriots? Or
I tend to get along. I do get along better with those people than I get along better with the right than the left. I view things more right wing than left wing. Actually, I'm fairly libertarian in my views, but I don't get caught up as much as a lot of people do. And the Bush, I'm sorry, the Trump fetish. There's basically two Trump cults in this country right now, and I think that they're all actors. I think politicians are just ugly actors.
Yeah.
Do you think
hey,
maybe
Jacob,
you just
welcome,
get
buddy.
along? Sorry.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming up and sharing your point of view.
Yeah, the case the video you're watching, that you watched the traffic stop, the guy you claim was from Mexico. No, he's from El Salvador, where he's currently sitting.
Right, you're right. Is El Salvador is where his birthplace was. Correct.
Yeah, and
I think what I was doing is saying, like, Mexicans, like these damn Mexicans in this car. I don't know where the people were that he went and picked up in Texas. I don't know, where they're from. Like, I didn't get deep enough into researching to find that out. I think I was just trying to point out,
you didn't get deep enough. You didn't get deep enough.
I didn't get it deep enough, man. You really gotta,
That was the Supreme Court case that I think I emailed you that.
Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. We were
it's unanimous telling them, hey, bring him back, because they admitted that he was wrongly deported.
Right. So, well, and we can talk about this, and I like having open dialogue where people can actually talk. I'm going to try my best not to go off the rails with anybody from here on out. I had to.
That's the fun part.
I had to take a break, Flo, man. I was getting pissed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because to me, like what mattered the most, I didn't have like a valid way to present it during argument, which was, man, fuck, you know, we can argue about all these semantics, but the thing that I care about the most is the fact that they just signed a fucking an executive order to try to remove our due process. Like, I didn't know how to make that.
Well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have any need for due process.
So you're saying that you can't be wrongfully charged.
Look, only the guilty have something to hide that or would need to use to invoke those rights.
You know, it's even more ironic about that argument that is brought a lot. Not necessarily that you're being, you know, that you're not being silly, but in that particular argument, this subject is even more ironic because literally this is the thing in Article 1 that is in place to be able to argue in a courtroom that you were wrongfully charged. Like, that's what this executive order would have removed.
So you want to tie up our courts with a criminal?
What do you mean?
I mean,
isn't that what our system is created for?
Yeah, but we got a lot of cases with American citizens where they could be, you know, using the court's times instead of wasting it on illegal criminals. Yeah.
Well, that falls back on who has the right to say if someone is legal or illegal and if they are a criminal or not a criminal without their due process, which is a court's duty.
If you have gang tattoos on your knuckles, you're a criminal.
Oh, now that's just a biased perspective.
I got that.
I
don't know what it is, but it's probably a gang ink. Yep.
I have a butterfly on my ankle that would, you know, give people an idea that I'm part of a gang. I feel like in some realms of the world.
Now, before we get too far, I want to ask you, Tiff, like, where is it decided in the United States of America? Where do we decide whether or not a person is a legal or illegal? Where's that figured out at?
Well, that's supposed to be figured out in court.
So here we have a catch-22, right? Because
well, and I think that another issue that a lot of people are facing whenever they are trying to, you know, argue their side is jurisdiction. I find that is a huge problem. People don't understand the concept of jurisdiction in its entirety.
How hard is it to not break the law? If you don't want to be deported, don't break the law.
Well, who's to determine who's breaking the law again? There are people who have visas that had their visas stripped from them just for protesting.
Oh, wait. Now, is it lawful for a person to be an immigrant living here on a visa?
That's what the visa is for.
Oh,
that is a documented immigrant. Mm-hmm. That they have their papers. You know, everybody is screaming about papers and documented and undocumented.
They're just sending our money home. They're not even paying into the economy.
No, everybody gets taxed. They get taxed for gas. They get taxed for food. They get taxed out of their paychecks. And the people that are going to school, I mean...
These people cause crimes. They don't even speak our language.
So?
You should have to speak English to be in America.
Oh, well, that's not very American of you, is it? It's not broadening your culture or your acceptance of everyone. That's what we're supposed to be proud of, right? Being a place where everyone can be accepted and everyone has rights. But I feel like it's only the few.
I don't accept Jacob.
I don't know. I kind of like Jacob. I like his hoodie that he's wearing.
Do you have a green card, sir?
It's one of the schools I went to. Northeast High, not too far from me.
I like it.
Is it expired?
Are you wearing an expired sweatshirt, Jacob?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I attended.
Go ahead, Jacob.
Northeast High's in Florida. That's where I'm at right now.
Well, you're about to be in Guantanamo Bay.
I see you got your sandwich flow.
Mm-hmm. Chris hasn't got his yet.
No, I'm still thinking about it.
You're slacking, honey. You're slacking. All right. So, do y'all see the screen? I'm echoing.
Not sure.
I'm getting an echo.
Mute our green card not having. Brendan, see if it stops. It's gone now.
Okay. So that was one of the questions that I found worthy of looking up, like when people were discussing what government resources should be used on quote unquote undocumented immigrants. And what I learned by researching is that right here, they paid undocumented immigrants. They're talking about the ones that are being called illegal right now by everybody. $96.7 billion in taxes. And this search is for 2024. And this is one of the sites that Tiffany recommended, .org. So this is actually a reputable site for this information. And 96.7 billion with a B was paid in by undocumented immigrants.
They took those jobs from Americans.
Chris, one thing that you and I had a conversation about, I think it was a couple nights ago, is can you explain documented and undocumented? Because that is something that I didn't have complete clarification on. What is the difference?
Well, I mean, we could ask my AI. I think that's going to take further research because there's so much argument without the courts being allowed, and if they would just pick up the pace a little bit, because as Flo said, our courts have been behind for a long fucking time. I think they're biting off more than they can chew in normal society, much less taking on all these immigration cases and everything all at once. I don't think they can afford to bite anything else off than what they're already doing. Hell, they put
Well, if you
mine
want
and
to throw
Tiffany's
mud
case
into
off.
a system that's barely flowing, I mean, it's going to happen.
Right. Yeah, good job. If anything, Trump is shit clogging our system with a whole bunch of stuff that now you've already got the public completely ready for to happen right now, which you can't. Any good business person would have known that the reason why the last guy and the guy before that and the guy before that and all these other people who have these ideas haven't already done what you're trying to do should at least looked into it. You can't. It won't work. You can't.
Well,
You can't
before we
clog.
get too much further, I know you don't want to go into it, but everyone who's watching, go and if you have a free moment, look into it and do your own research and understand the difference between documented and undocumented. And I think that a lot of you will be surprised at what you are hearing compared to what you research and learn. And I feel like that's something huge that I recommend everyone needs to do.
Right. Because, see, I believe now I might be incorrect about this, and the link's out there for anyone who wants to come up and provide me with a different source or something. But I believe I understand undocumented as being someone who is either going through the process, which there's three. What I have learned is there's three different ways that you can move forward in process for citizenship. That is what's it called when you're brain farting at the worst time in hell, when you're escaping for
Asylum.
Okay, so one is asylum, which I think that's the one that's being questioned the most right now.
Yeah, and
Two,
jurisdiction plays a huge part in asylum also. People are getting it twisted a bit.
yeah, we can actually break down these three things a whole hell of a lot more.
Oh, absolutely. But I think the basics is really just important to get
It
started.
really is. I think, matter of fact, we should probably come back to this part of the conversation here in just a moment. But there's three things. So there's asylum, and then there's your green card, which is like marriage, work, and you're gonna have kids here, and pay taxes, and
So basically a
and
visa, correct?
that's what I'm saying. The visa,
Okay.
the visa process is the second one, and then the third one is like full on citizenship. Uh, and there's different ways that all three of these in their own categories can be obtained. But one thing that they all three have in common is it is a hard, arduous, long process for all of them. Even the one that's perhaps like the most urgent, which is the asylum.
I've had those adjectives used to describe me as well.
Everything I just said.
Yeah.
What about arduous? That's kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good word. I don't really even know what it means actually, but it probably applies. And shout out to Ike, who just dropped a $50 super chat and words that I'm not going to read, but I appreciate you.
What do you think, Jacob? What do you think about the conversation, where we're going with it so far, since you've been up here?
Yeah, you guys are hitting on all the topics that I've been monitoring on. Midas Touch was covering a lot of the legal stuff.
Shout out Midas Touch. Welcome, Dennison. Good to see you.
Greetings.
What do you think about the topic so far?
Well, I apologize for being that guy who just came straight to the panel. I saw the title and was hoping you guys were still talking and reviewing body cam footage because I geek over that shit pretty hard.
Yeah, we like using body camera footage on this channel in general. I think you're echoing a little bit, Jacob. You might have to turn off your other device or something.
I just realized I'm not on Dusty's channel.
Oh yeah, no, you're here on Full Public Safety. No, you're fine. Let's. So I'll talk a little bit about the body camera footage stuff. What we did, Dennison, is we played the body camera footage because I play body camera footage all the time on this channel. Like that's kind of what this channel derives from is traffic stops, raids, things like that. And usually we focus on ones where obviously the government did wrong. You know what I mean? Kind of like a government misconduct channel.
So you mean all of them?
Yeah, most of them. Right. Right. You pretty much just thumb it.
It's definitely all of them. It's all of them most of the time.
Yeah. Right. So it's pretty easy to find content. Yeah, you're right. But so since we're all pretty good at understanding the body camera footages of these incidents, I utilized my platform for this topic because I've been internally, personally struggling with communicating with people, the urgency that I feel needs to be communicated, in which I feel like right now, since we changed presidents, there's been these threats, like specifically to all of our rights. Most specifically that I was most concerned with myself was the executive order that Trump put in to literally remove or suspend due process, habeas corpus. And then following that one, my most concerning one was what, obviously, after I just gave you the basis of my channel, is the unleashing America's law enforcement. You combine those two, and I lost my fucking mind, bro. You know what I mean? I'm like running around arguing with everybody with a red hat on for the past 2 weeks.
They codified qualified immunity into state law in Alabama. I recently found out. I read the bill earlier today.
So explain what that means.
Like the constitutional carve-outs, basically the excuses the courts have made to allow police to, quote, do their jobs. And qualified immunity specifically is not just a court ruling or a legal concept in the state of Alabama. it was actually passed by their legislature. Things like cops should get qualified immunity unless it's a clearly established constitutional right. They should be entitled to protection from the city and be represented. The stuff that it's basically the status quo, but it's codified into state law in Alabama now, which is at least an escalation of some type, right?
It kind of tells me that it's the result of the push by the recent federal government move. That's
The
exactly
Empire
what,
Strikes Back is what I call it.
right? I was kind of expecting that to start happening nationwide here and there after seeing that
The
executive
activism
order
actually worked a little bit.
well, now we're going
Oh,
to go
sorry.
backwards, right? Now we're going to go
Yeah.
backwards because,
Right.
you know, go ahead,
I was
Tiff.
just going to say the biggest problem I see whenever states start adopting their own version of a federal law is that they can tweak it a little bit however they see fit, as long as it fits the basic premise of that federal statute.
Exactly. So California could do the exact opposite. It could, and it could even uphold the same status quo, just with different language. Like, for example, instead of saying a cop should get qualified immunity unless he uses excessive force, it would say a reasonable officer should use the least amount of force necessary in order to insert whatever here, right? So you'd be enforcing that same status quo but with different language, and when you get in front of a judge, that's going to be helpful in your case, right? Because whatever the court is presumed, whatever the court is supposed to presume before the facts and evidence is presented, can go a long way determining whether or not it's going to be in and out of your favor as a citizen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could just make it a lot more difficult for each individual state to get around qualified immunity.
Right. And then, so the argument to a constitutional violation is held in section 1983 of law. And that is, like the type of argument that says that's where you would have to argue whether or not immunity is going to be allowed. So it's
Yeah.
actually on a federal level. So you could argue it in a state court, I'm sure, but it's a federal level issue and it's a federal level decision. Tiffany and I won our, I guess one's the right word for it, our lawsuit where we were wrongfully rated a while back. And, qualified immunity became part of our understanding for our life. You know what I'm saying? Like we had to understand immunity for our life. And, we took our case to federal court. So, like, I don't have any personal experience in trying to argue something like that on a state court level. But I would suggest, with my experience, along with Tiffany, our experience with what we argued in federal court with judges that really understand Section 1983, I think trying to argue that in a state court would just be a fucking mess.
Well, what it's going to do, Chris, is it's going to make it so that they recognize the state laws that have been applicable for each individual state. While you're filing in federal court, you're still within your state's jurisdiction.
So, Tiff, you're saying that federal courts are going to use the state's definition as an argument?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll leave it within the purview of the state authority until it exceeds that in their view, right? So
In their view,
or you appeal it, right? Which is not free. You need money, time, support system to appeal, especially if the opponent is the government.
now here we were watching, I think we were up to 6 states that had dropped qualified immunity. And now we're all of a sudden dealing with an entire presidential cabinet and everything down that's, I mean, forgive me, but in the red, right? That
MAGA,
are
at
pushing,
least.
right? That are pushing to not only reverse that situation, but remove some of your absolutely needed rights given these scenarios. Like habeas corpus is, I mean, if you're wrongfully arrested, you need to be able to petition the court that you believe you're wrongfully arrested, right? So they're going to take that away, and they're going to pass down more power, more resources, and intermingle the federal government with the local law enforcement. That's what they're trying to do. That is literally what our current president is asking of our legal system to do right now.
Which directly goes against the separation of powers and what our checks and balances are supposed to be.
Matter of fact, I just learned something. You guys go ahead and continue to talk. I'm going to try to find something for you real quick.
I would just, the thought I keep having over and over again is these rights were already gone. Bush got rid of them in my lifetime. John Adams got rid of them before I was born. And there are cycles of codification. So where I would agree that we were in more of a practice phase where the court said, here's the law, and the cops went out there and did what they did. And now we are entering a codification phase where we're actually writing it down and making it so, right? After they already tested it out.
Which I look at that as giving them permission.
Absolutely. And I haven't looked at the new stuff. Like, I haven't read the new executive orders. My presumption would be coming from a place of ignorance, but with experience with past administrations, this one is merely expanding the realm or the circumstances to which you can have your rights taken away, and then codifying it, right?
You talking about the Unleashing America's Law Enforcement executive order?
Yeah, and also all of these various state bills that are going to start coming out, like the one in Alabama.
Well, they're coming out off the back of that. In other words, they're kind of separate, but they're not. Like the government's going to, like the states are going to play it off like it's not because of this executive order. I mean, given the history of their nature that I'm aware of, but this order here, I'm gonna pull it up and show it to you. We can read it together. It's literally titled something to the nature of Unleashing America's Law Enforcement, and then to protect the innocent people. You know what I'm saying?
It's so cringy.
Yeah, let me see if I can
A
find
lot
it.
of it, I too, when I was reading some of it, I think the last time it was actually with you, the last time I read some of it, I got the impression, and again, this is just from experience with how government operates, that in particular, what they're trying to do is push a lot of these protections that have been afforded to cops to federal employees, especially because of what they're doing with deportation, right? So they're going to be open for a lot of lawsuits where there's no legal precedence on the federal level, right? The stuff that we've been fighting with state cops for decades, you know?
Yeah, this applies to both state and federal cops. Okay, so I don't know. Can you see your device? Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. So it's called Strengthening and Unleashing America's Law Enforcement to Pursue Criminals and Protect Innocent Citizens. They kind of slide some stuff in here. You got to do your own research to really understand what this is about. I'll kind of breeze through it and tell you what I found, and then of course I invite people to back me up and look at it differently than me and see if you can tear it apart in a different way. But I think you're going to come to the same conclusion. So they're saying that the purpose of this was basically due to the immigration issue. Okay. What he's offering, what they're trying to offer is to add military assistants, literally off-duty military officers, to go work at each of the 18,000 law enforcement agencies across the nation. So one, they're going to break the law and put the federal government law enforcement alongside of all of the local law enforcement agents.
They're going to
right, across
sidestep the
nation.
law.
Well,
And
no,
they've
it's
been doing that for decades.
well, no.
We haven't had military at working with law enforcement.
Yeah, the state and military and federal police have all have agreements among each other to cooperate in
What
ways
agreements?
that violate the Posse Comitatus Act. It's been
I've
that way since
I've
I was a
never heard
kid.
of any. I've never heard of anything with military being involved in domestic crime.
I haven't either. And then, I mean, it's rare
Our
cases, maybe.
military's not supposed to be involved with any of that.
Correct.
They have a specific separation. And he's
That's-
trying to eliminate that with this one piece of paper.
Yeah. Military is for foreign enemies, and the Coast Guard, or I'm sorry, the National Guard is sort of where the gray area goes. But anything other than that is crazy.
Right, because the National Guard falls under their own set of laws unless they're working with a different agency.
You know what else is crazy is game wardens. Those assholes have so much authority.
They have
they're above the
a
state.
ridiculous amount of authority.
Mhm.
They're one of the highest levels in the state underneath the prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
Well, all right. So maybe I should give you a little bit more on this too, Denizen. So not only is this whole thing off the back of a former executive order that's kind of been allowed to be in play for a while, but it's based on something that is not even true. Like, it's non-factual. The non-factual element is that they're even offering this as a suggestion, saying that America is currently being invaded by a foreign nation with the military. What's your thoughts on that?
It's retarded and it's bullshit. And as flat as that. I mean, it's just to sidestep the laws that are in place to restrict the government, just like police dogs are there to sidestep probable cause or search warrants.
Mm-hmm. Being done on
Some
a
of this
presidential
same
level,
exact language is in the Patriot Act and the Alien and Sedition Act, the two examples I used earlier.
Yeah, the Patriot Act was the beginning of the end with them.
I won't argue that this doesn't expand it, and also what it does is it takes what's been in practice and codifies it.
Well, I look at everything through the lens of the Patriot Act, right? And so that opened up, opened up a lot of doors. And so now when I'm watching this shit go on, I view it all as expansions of the Patriot Act.
Yeah, the national security state has been able to wish away your rights just because it feels like it since before you were born.
Right. Yeah, but I don't want people to come away with thinking, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Because I think you're right. Of course, this shit's been in play for a long time. I mean, they're not gonna think that they can get away with just changing everything overnight and not suffering severe consequences for doing that in a country where Second Amendment's been allowed.
I don't think they will, though.
Well, but I think the First Amendment
they'll get away with it just fine.
But yeah, but if they tried to do it overnight all at once before in the very beginning, I think it would have not been that easy. But now, after all these years of slowly taking this away, slowly taking that away, and or maybe a little jump here and a jump there of taking things away, it becomes more manageable to swallow and chew. And I think that people have allowed themselves to get to a certain point, but it doesn't mean that we can't stop it. I don't want people to think that just because this shit's been going on for a long time, it doesn't mean that we can't stop it or shouldn't do something to stop it now. I'm not going to sit up here and go, there's nothing that we can do. Like, I don't want to give that false impression.
Out of curiosity, what is that thing?
We should.
Well, I think.
Let me jump in. We should pull up Eichen back. He's been down there a minute.
I'm so
If
sorry.
if you're trying, if you're trying to keep the panel limited and you want to throw me off, I'll relinquish my seat. But
no, I didn't mean to do that. I don't see Ike in the back.
okay,
Back up, Ike. I did see him there for a minute, and then I meant to pull him up, and I forgot and got distracted. Oh, did OMC get dropped? Are you back, baby?
I accidentally booted myself. I hit the
You're
wrong
not
button.
Ike. You're not Ike. We were waiting on Ike, but I like that your icon's back in there now.
Yeah, it is. This is my favorite icon. I love it.
So, what do you think, Flo? What do you think is a good thing that, or like, one tool in our toolbox that could be utilized towards stopping them from completely removing all of our freedom?
this. Well, I mean, yeah, this.
Which is
Because the more people, I mean, things only work if people hop along with them, right? If people just kind of drag their feet, even in any sort of numbers, that tends to slow things down.
Numbers.
Numbers.
What do you think, Jacob?
Yeah, when it comes to the military on U.S. soil, they're actually told in when they're training to not obey unlawful orders. So if they are true to their word and not wanting to use their skills on U.S. soil, they won't obey it.
They already are, though, Jacob. They've been working in unison on the border for the past couple weeks.
More than that for the past couple decades.
Yeah, pretty much. But
the military,
yeah,
especially if you extend it to federal police.
Well, what I'm talking about, I don't extend it to federal police. Federal police have always had jurisdiction on their cases all over the United States.
On the basis, military has authority to enforce law on the military base.
The states have been sharing it with them.
Right. On military bases, military properties covered by military police, and federal properties covered by FBI, federal police. And then state police can even act within that jurisdiction if it's a public area.
Or there's a local agreement.
Well, I think you'd have to get into the gist of the agreement to see if there's violation there or conflict of interest. Because
I'm sure that there is.
Yeah, I'm sure there's argument against it too. I'm sure that there are cases that are currently being argued over that kind of stuff. But I think so what I was going to talk about was based on what Jacob was talking about. I just watched video of an area of the border, like it's a certain area of the border in which was recently allowed to be temporarily seized from America by our government under this invasion shit, this false invasion. I mean, we all know we're not being invaded right now. Jacob, you're echoing again, buddy. But the military was given the property along the border temporarily in this recent government move, and they are actually the military working on that stretch of property, but it's not lawful and it's being argued. So I think, that'll only last a certain amount of time. Just like, they were just throwing immigrants out of the country for what, 5-6 weeks now. And just the other day, the Supreme Court finally come down and said, no, whoa, stop this shit. Due process is a must. That's the same situation with this border patrol. That's, military's been using it. So military is enforcing this section of land right now. What is it that you said, Dennison, was the law about that? Military working on
Posse Comitatus Act.
Exactly. That is
Comitatus.
It's something to that nature.
Sounds like like an entree.
I know, right?
It prevents the military from having police actions against civilians.
I was going to bring
engaging
it
in
up.
policing actions against civilians.
I was going to bring it up so you can see. Can you, Dennis,
And-
if you'll please stay here long enough for me to come back to that, I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Let's go over this real quick. So this White House executive order that Trump signed, titled "Strengthening and Unleashing America's Law Enforcement to Pursue Criminals and Protect Innocent Citizens." What the fuck ever that part. But it's off the back of a former bill based on that we're being invaded, right? Like we're being invaded. Like this is an actual invasion from another foreign military. And then when you look at that order, because it says right in here that this order is foundated. I'm trying to find it. It's foundated by that order. Here, let me see if I can find it. You've read this, Flo. Do you remember where it was at in here?
Which part are you looking for? I'm sorry.
The part that references the foundation of this is off of that other.
Oh, I don't remember where that's at.
Let's see.
Somebody in my chat asked a good question. What number constitutes an invasion?
Yeah.
Well, the legal definition of invasion is available pretty easily. It would require certain elements to be met. This is a good question for Tiffany to help answer too. It would require certain elements to be met, just like any other probable cause to any other alleged crime. It has to fit all of these situations, right? And one of the main things that's missing from this one is that there is no military involved. Like there is no foreign military. There's no foreign militia.
Right.
Like,
So terrorists can't
the,
invade us?
there's specific verbiage for terrorism invasion, but this is not. I mean, you got to establish terrorism. So
Do you want me to pull
You don't have to establish it though. That's the key function of that phrase, of that term, is that it's ambiguous.
no, not for court. So you would argue, yeah, I mean, you can't just bring a charge. They are doing that. Especially like, we hear about.
They can
like,
charge you with anything. There is no recourse for a prosecutor charging you with something absurd. That's why plea deals work the way they do.
Oh, that's why I'm facing 13 charges.
There you go.
So
Just make it
listen,
up.
I just looked up the definition for invasion, and I mean it could technically be seen as what the government's doing to us right now.
What's the legal definition of invasion, hun? Like, what are the requirements for it? Oh, it's right here. I've already got it highlighted. Okay, Dennison, while you're doing that, Tiff, I'm going to go back to this for a second. Do you see this right here on the screen? Executive Order 14159 from January 20, 2025. It was titled "Protecting the American People." Here, let's see. Let me do it like this. Right there. That was so this one is formed in accordance with Executive Order 14159, which was January 20th, 2025. It was titled "Protecting the American People Against Invasion." So this order that's on the screen was built off the back and foundated, well, it says right here, in accordance with Homeland Security's supposed to enforce this using the same policies and regulations that were formed in this Protecting American People Against Invasion Act.
Yeah, it's a series of executive orders in order to enforce this overall policy.
Mm-hmm. And it's all built off the back of alleging that we need to seize and pause all of our regular law, right? Because
all
we're
of
being
it, or
invaded.
just the immigration law?
It's more than immigration because it affects all of us. So we're pausing a lot of law that is literally foundation law that our country needs to operate and function on, given this notion that it's necessary because we're being invaded. Like this is a fucking Hail Mary. Oh my God, we're at the very if we don't pull this now, this is it. It's you're taking the risk of complete destruction because there is no other answer. Like that's why this ability for Congress to decide to suspend this shit is based on. If you're in a position where, holy shit, man, we're being overtaken by another country right now, we don't have time to run this through any other way. Congress, you need to allow us to temporarily seize everything so that we can hurry up and handle business. It is not meant for regular immigration issues, which is what we're experiencing. That's why there's a definition to the word invasion that is written in law.
Did you not hear my definition a while ago? Did I cut out when I switched screens?
I think you did
so.
cut out, honey.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so invasion is defined as a hostile or forcible encroachment on the rights of another, or the incursion of an army or conquest or plunder, or for conquest or plunder. Sorry.
And I think that is happening to us.
Conquest
Like
or
more
plunder?
than it's not.
Army? Where's the army, bro?
No, I don't think it requires an army.
It just said that.
I
Read it
think
again.
it means
Biff.
like 80% of that definition is already met without it needing to be an army.
You need 100% of the legal definition to be met. Tiff, will you read that again?
Yeah, so the second part
Mhm.
that I think that he's going off of is the incursion of an army for conquest or plunder.
For conquest. I mean, Dennison, respectfully, I'm asking you. So, conquest,
Yeah, I would agree with
plunder.
that. I would agree with that too.
We're missing way too many elements here.
No, I would agree that conquest and plunder we're suffering that right now.
I think
Where?
the first definition fits perfectly for what the government's doing.
Well, hold on.
I can't disagree with that either.
Yeah, but let's stay on track here.
I would say that the government's kind of in cahoots, and they use immigration, and really they're not following their own immigration policy. That's also part of the problem. It's not the government isn't following it.
That they're using immigration. What do you think they could be using immigration for in the really big picture?
Everything in that definition you just said, except for army.
So do you think maybe you could say that they are using immigration to take more of our rights?
Yeah, on the other end, because once the people are let in, now we have to make you scared of them, so we have to crack down on the other side as well. And a big part of the border wall for me is that those walls are generally erected to keep people in, not to keep people out.
I agree. Same thing with the door. Like a door is not going to keep a true criminal out. So why do we even lock it?
No, he was saying that the walls are up to keep us locked in this country.
I know. Well, yeah, sorry. Not even the
We're
same.
we're
We're getting it.
We're getting tricked into endorsing a big brother system because we've been told by Trump that Mexicans are doing terrible things. I'll concede. I live in Kansas City, and I'm not near the border at all. But I know that when I drive around town, I can see that the homeless situation has definitely escalated the last few years. That's not fake news. I can't say that I've seen any increase at all in what looks to be illegal immigrants at all.
How about this? Have you seen any militias invading Kansas?
No.
Me neither. I mean, know where I've been. In the past few years, I've been across the nation a couple of times. Tiffany and I went to Florida. Um, Tiffany and I went to North Carolina not long ago. I don't know, several years back, I went up to Maine. So that covers everything on the eastern side. Not one militia taking property in any of that travel. Several years ago, I went all the way to the border of California, Montana, all that area. And I did not see no militaries, no foreign militaries taking land, blunder, on anything, not even Mexican cartels at all. Now, I'm not saying none are here. Like, no cartel members are here, but they are. You cannot prove. Like, I invite anyone, please prove it. Look, today, you got a phone. It's got a camera on it.
Mine's got tape over it.
For privacy.
Because I'm one of them.
But you can upload that video that quick. I don't care who you are. Like, my great grandpa could probably figure it out if he was alive. You know what I'm saying? To upload a video of a militia of a foreign invasion in the United States, blunder and seizing land for their benefit or whatever. Like, it's not happening, bro.
It's not happening. And I would on my side, I know I've got at least one person who thinks there's an invasion happening. I'm sure you got some on your side, because we do. I think that we tend to attract a more conservative crowd, you and I, on our channels. And I know that they're also the ones who think that there actually is an invasion. So I know that out of the 63 people watching on my side right now, some of you motherfuckers are hiding.
I have a question though. Have any of you experienced any type of militia that has come in and stolen your property or broken into your home?
Somebody's got to speak up. Like, if there was an invasion, then how come nobody's speaking up? Well, how come the people, the victims, are not speaking up? What you do see is crime. That I agree with you on. Dennis, and I fully respect in every bit of this conversation. Please don't take it any other way.
No, definitely not. I don't.
I'm just having
the last
four
opposition.
The last four militias to invade the U.S. was Pancho Villa. When was
I'm in
that?
the humbling position of not meaning to be a contrarian and always ending up being one.
So nothing wrong with that. We need that.
I have a leather back as a result of it.
Well, we need that for these discussions, because I think we need to have these discussions to decipher information.
Well, in my personal experience, the only militias I see going in and stealing property is our government. That's what I experienced back in 2020. I don't know about you, Chris.
Well, I did.
Okay, I was just making sure that we were on the same page here, because that was sort of what I was getting at. That's the only militia that I've ever witnessed or experienced stealing anything. What about you, Flo?
It was 2017 for me, but I've experienced that, and it was primarily game wardens. I mean, so the game wardens were in first because, of course, they're super cops.
Right.
What game wardens were doing at a drug warrant, Lord knows. The two things don't really overlap, but
they wanted to play Army that day. It's cool.
They did play Army.
Oh, maybe I can find some common ground between the hider, so to speak, and the point of view that
common ground
is like Trump's wet fever.
I can respect common ground.
I never
the
came
government
back,
is definitely your bigger enemy. As a matter of fact, I don't think immigrants are your enemy at all.
No.
But I would call what we've done to the country with immigration over the last 50 years an invasion, an incursion, and that the first clause in the beginning of the definition that you gave, an encroachment upon the rights of another, is definitely being used to do that in every way that I see.
Wait. I got to get on that one, because I wanted to talk about that one first, and then you hit the other part of it. So I understand that, or I feel like I understand that stepping on someone else's rights means you literally have to stop them from what they are rightfully allowed to do. Like it would be illegal to stifle someone's free speech if I could not speak because of you, right? Like that would be how that works. So thinking from that legal perspective, because that is how the law works on it, right?
And if you also look at the legal perspective, it takes a government entity and a citizen for that definition to be applicable, if I'm correct.
Right. Otherwise, there are no protections. But
Correct.
Exactly.
I would say two things. It's also if I don't speak. It's not just if I can't speak.
No.
If you chill my speech, that's also illegal.
I can
And I would
chill it
also
as long as you have a method of doing it, and that's the government part, because we're actually talking about a law that's written against the government, not the people. So as long
chilling
as
speech is illegal in this country.
Well,
Still,
if it stifles you from
this,
being able to do it,
not
so
able. It's just if I don't do it. If I self-censor because of what the government did, the government broke the law. That's just the
try
law
to
in the United
sue,
States the way that it is.
try
I
to
would
sue
think-
based, try to sue
All right,
based,
go ahead.
try to sue based on like write out a claim against the government and say I chose not to do X,
Hang
Y,
on, I
Z.
can see his perspective. I can see
It's
his
not a
perspective.
perspective; it's legal precedent.
Here's the
Well,
hippies with their middle ground shit.
The second thing I was going to say is the First Amendment is grossly inadequate.
How
What do
so?
you mean inadequate?
Doesn't actually protect free speech.
Well, it's an amendment. It's words, right? So words don't actually.
It's a law.
Right.
Well, I'm saying if I were to steel man it and give it all the weight it could possibly have, it's still in practice is
But
very
what-
narrow and myopic.
What
Everything-
specifically is the
Weak
narrowness?
protection. Well, again, it only applies to the government,
Hmm.
Okay.
and it only applies to censorship. It doesn't apply to actual lack of consequences for speech, which
There
I
are
think should be.
consequences, though.
my
Then
perspective, though,
that's the
whenever
opposite of freedom of speech.
whenever he was talking about being fearful of speaking, is all of the arrests. And how many people have we seen, like comedians coming back into the US? How many reports have there been where they're questioned and they're asked if they have political jokes in their, their comedy set? And
No,
if
I've
those
never heard of that.
political
Does that happen?
Yeah, it's
that
happening.
has happened a couple of times, and if their political jokes are aimed at the president, I feel like that is setting us up to be fearful to say or do what we want about
What do you mean
a
setting
situation.
us up?
And
Well,
you
I
can
mean,
sue
we're
the
pretty
government over
much
that.
we're set up, but
Yeah, we're
it's
there.
taking it even a step further. It's like they're treading on that ground to see how far they can get.
Hmm.
It's kind of like the same thing that if a cop threatens me with arrest and then I give him my ID under duress, he still violated my Fourth Amendment right.
As long as he forced you to do it, you didn't have any other option before
threat
a
of
legal
arrest.
remedy was going to be used. So that's why there's case laws in which it's argued where it didn't go full term. You had to stop it there because that is the point in which you didn't have a choice before the law, before the government duty was gonna use it against you, right? So that's where I wanted to get to right there, because now I want to bring you back to immigration. I want you to explain to me how the first part of that definition applies to immigration in the United States on us right now, on our soil right now.
Because importing people under the current economic circumstances and in the manner and method in which we have been, what we've been prioritizing, and the process itself encroaches on the rights of the citizens who already live here. Both
What are the
economically,
rights? What are the rights that is being taken away from the citizens that are already here?
I would say all of them by default, just by the measure
Give
of
an
their
example.
being
Just give me one example.
healthcare,
real life.
education.
No, one real
Protection
life
from the police.
example.
I mean, I am. healthcare,
Look,
education.
do you not have healthcare access?
Well, I mean,
Do
no,
we?
I had my access to healthcare is shitty as fuck. But I wasn't even
Do
talking about
we?
myself
Do people
personally.
have access to healthcare? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Yeah, sure. There's
My
private
access
and
isn't
public.
very good.
Well, okay, but you've
Very,
not been stopped.
very expensive private that I can't afford.
But you've not been stopped, though, correct?
I am stopped. I don't have healthcare.
You mean you can't afford it?
Sure. How's there a
Okay.
difference?
Right.
Are you
Well,
asking
there
me
is
if somebody
because it's available.
like
That's why.
like if I went to buy insurance and a cop tried to stop me? Is that what you're asking?
Well, kind of. Yeah, kind of.
I'm saying that when you
because
import people from the third world,
yeah, but
who
what makes
are-
you think it's first of all, it's got to be directly that.
and there's plenty of people that are being caught sneaking in from countries. They aren't even. There's no process for them whatsoever. So
Did
you
you miss-
increase. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you miss earlier when I put on the screen the .org webpage that showed the 2025 undocumented immigrants that paid into tax? How much that was?
I've seen those studies. I don't
90
think I saw you put it on earlier, but I'm
I
familiar.
did earlier, just a little while ago, so everybody could back this up. And I mean, I could probably find it again, but it was like 97.8 billion, I think, and it was
Yeah.
only specifically. It was the government webpage, accurate as can be by government record, and that was specifically undocumented immigrants who do not get to receive Social Security benefits. So they are literally paying in, and the only thing they get to receive off of it is food stamps. Well, they get to receive everything that you or me or everybody else.
Healthcare,
The education is included. So the only thing they can't get with that money is their Social Security. Let's make it easier and say the only thing they don't get that we would as Americans paying into that same tax system is Social Security.
It would be difficult, and they'd have to have a specific kind of a Social Security number. But those
So
are all
maybe
guesses.
So maybe instead of beating a dead horse, we could say that maybe the immigration policies and rules need to be tweaked a little bit so that they are more
I would
less
freeze
lax.
it. I would freeze it for now because they're untenable.
Well, no.
Like we are at invasion status, right? Like
I want to get to the root of that. It might take a little bit, which is fine. I got all day.
I love having a tax-free labor force. I don't think there's any virtue, and I don't think there's any virtue.
Do I personally.
Yeah,
I see what it does to the labor force in this country, though. And
what's it do to the labor force in this country?
It does economically seem like we're all in a sinking ship right now. So I'm worried about taking on water in my. I'm in my
it's
yacht.
Not water.
Right?
These
I'm
are
worried about taking on water.
These
economically speaking.
Typically, the illegal immigrants are doing jobs that Americans don't want, and if you can get more,
that Americans don't want to do for far.
I mean,
less
you can.
money, with no
Chris and I both.
No...
I mean, Chris still does work in construction, and I did before I started YouTubing full time. There's a lot of open jobs in that industry. You can't go around here. You can go to any gas station, restaurant, any low-paying menial job, and they've got hiring signs, open interview signs. There's a shortage of unskilled labor.
You know why manufacturing is in trouble in America in the first place is due to shortage of labor.
They're actually price incentives. I would agree.
That's part of the incentive arrangement that the government is using for immigration is bringing immigrants to certain places with economical failure because of a shortage of labor.
It's definitely lowering the cost of labor, right?
So let me ask you this.
While productivity is increasing, by the way.
How has there been a singular case of an immigrant, just one immigrant, who has stifled the rights of an American?
I mean, if you count like killing somebody as stifling their rights, I think that's
reasonable.
They're definitely there, right? Like
yeah.
It's not like no problems are created with illegal immigration. I just think that
That's like a
Yeah.
level 10 of stuff stifling his
Yeah, you know.
rights.
Well, no, it's a
Right.
good point because it can be done. Like what Dennison is offering is not unrealistic or unreasonable. What I'm asking him though is to provide I want him to bring a receipt that to back what he's saying is that we're being invaded or that our rights are being stepped on. Either part of that definition, one of two parts, either one of them, prove it to me so that I can go to bed thinking, well, maybe we're doing the right thing as a nation by giving up our rights for this situation.
Now, are
Because
you denying that they took our jobs?
I'm fully denying that.
I can
100%
only
denying that.
appeal. I can only appeal to what I've already said. You know, I'll summarize it maybe more succinctly though. I would make the following appeals. You know, as far as assertions go. One, the government is enforcing a finite system of resources, and there is a devastating lack of public services in this country. And two, importing people exacerbates that issue on every single level. And I might be, not the right person to prove it to you, or
I don't need you to prove any of those things. I think you're
those are
reasonable
just
in
my
all those things.
thoughts, right?
I just don't. I think you're still missing the question completely because what I'm asking is, show me the invasion definition. Like,
I think I did that
plead
too.
to me how
When she
our
read the black
rights
laws, that was black
are.
law, right? OMG?
No, I'm talking about government law, the law that's in place for legal definitions is being argued in courts today.
I'm not.
I
I'm
want to
talking
know.
about Black's law.
Yeah, well, we're not.
You're
not
asking
dealing
me
with
my
Black's law.
definition.
No,
I'm
I
giving
didn't.
it to you.
I
Oh,
think
my
Tiffany
bad, my
read
bad,
you
okay.
the legal definition in court now.
Yeah, and I'm saying that my definition is 80% of that. I agree with every single part of it except army. I don't think an army is necessary to have an invasion. That's not the
Okay.
way I would use the word.
I'm glad that you answered that way because now it gives me a little insight on some of these people's argument because like Flo said, I do. And I think it's by nature because I think I kind of put off conservative vibes because of my beliefs, right? Which I don't
I'm
disagree
definitely
with.
not a conservative, by the way.
Business owners are almost
Just in case
never
there's any confusion.
business
Well,
owners
I
are
love
almost
capitalism.
never economically liberal.
I need capitalism. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? To
Yeah.
succeed.
People
so
who
like I
So I'm
produce
way far left of you, by the way, economically.
people who produce things don't want socialism, right? They want capitalism.
There
Yeah,
shouldn't be. Bosses don't produce things, so I reject that premise.
You've never been a
I-
boss, then.
That's definitely not
You-
true.
Okay, so when you were in a management
It's
role,
factually
you didn't
untrue.
do anything.
No, he's wrong.
I
It's
didn't
not a
produce
B.
anything.
No, it's not a B. It's a is. It is what it is. That's it. It's not a B. It's not what you want it to be. It's how
I don't know
it's
what you're
supposed-
saying, some dude.
No, not you. It's him.
Oh, I know
Yeah, I
that
don't
he's
know what you're
wrong, but I'm
saying
not
either.
understanding what you're trying to put down.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm going on a tangent. My bad.
I mean, it just didn't make sense. Maybe it was relevant, but the words
I
didn't.
didn't even believe in the borders, FPS. Right at the end of the day, like there shouldn't even be immigration because this is
You
just
mean
as much
personally?
their land. Yeah, like
right.
I'm only
Okay.
arguing with the constraints of a certain legal system. That
What
I
makes
think
land someone's land?
like that? It doesn't. That's my point.
Okay,
Like
so
anyone can go
Are you
anywhere.
kidding me? Yo, you know
No.
what makes my land? Oh, no, I got this one. You know what makes my land? Having a deed and property line.
Hold on,
Just
but
spoken like a true capitalist, Mr. Smith.
so you don't think that we need agriculture?
Oh no, I got that. Yo,
I'm not-
bro.
I'm not.
Yo, okay,
No, I'm
yo,
asking
bro,
Dennis.
Flo.
Yo, yo, me.
All right, Mister.
I think we need agriculture.
How are you going to convince anyone to engage in agriculture if they don't have a right to the land that they invest 6 months of?
Well, I can tell you this if you'll let me talk. Yo, bro, my side. No, seriously, real rap.
I don't know why you're engaging in the questions. I'm asking Denizen.
It's a troll.
Oh, you asking him, not me?
No fucking shit.
Oh shit! Damn it, my bad.
So did we just sort out the issue that was causing a little bit of a disagreement in the section of that legal terminology, because now that I know Dennison was speaking from his heart, his opinion, that he also references Black's Law, but his heart, right? That's not what we were
She
asking.
gave the Black's Law definition.
I still need to figure out where
did give
Dennison
Black's
thinks
Law
food
definition.
comes from if there's no property rights, or how houses get built if there's no property rights.
Did you hear that, Flo? Can you save that for 1 second? Tiff, did you say that you gave the Black's Law definition?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
Okay, sorry, Dennison. That we need to revert that specifically to the legal, because I started this whole thing out by saying this very clearly. What I am talking about, so that we don't get mixed into our own personal opinions and feelings too far. What I'm talking about on this subject is that the government forces us, we don't have a choice without fighting them. The government forces us to follow very strict laws. And my position is this: if you're going to make us follow those exact black and white laws, then we expect you to also follow those precise black and white laws, and along with the constitutional Bill of Rights parts of it for them. So that being the basis, let's try to have these issues, let's try to sort them out, because at the end of the day, what we're talking about is government misconduct, government not following the law, government doing things illegally, right? I want to be able to talk about that specifically using their very same weapon. At the end of the day, I want to be able to say, look, this ain't, we're not at civil war with our government right now. There's nothing fucking at odds going on here. This isn't misconduct. It's just black and white. Here's the situation.
1 second, brother. One
Go
second,
ahead,
broski. Yo, what do you consider as a weapon used against you?
I think that a lot of inappropriate government employees will definitely use.
Nah, that's not
law.
good enough. That's not good enough. What do you consider a weapon against you?
Jail.
No, still not there.
This dick, some guy, can be a weapon against use.
Well, I'm being threatened with maybe up to 20 years in prison right now by a government official.
Is that more or less scary than what I just threatened some dude with?
No, that's worse. That's crazy.
I think it comes together, man.
I don't even want to know the difference of the binary conclusion or the calculation or nothing. I don't want to know nothing about
How
that.
drunk are you?
I'm not even close, bro.
What were those words?
That means 10. That's
no. I just.
By the way.
You know what? You know what's real?
Not
rap?
even close is 2 sheets.
No, you know what's real rap flow? No, you know what's real rap flow? I'm getting tired of holding myself back to be nice.
That's fine.
Oh
that's
my
fine.
God. When did that happen?
I never requested that of you. I never said some dude to hold yourself back.
Do. Yeah, you definitely do, dog.
No, not really. I might be
guilty
of that at some point.
Who are you?
But
I'm
Dusty
not
does not do that
right now. I'm not even.
No, but I'm talking to you right now.
All right,
hey,
you need to shut up because I'm not.
He demands that you
to
be
you,
less
okay?
annoying and less
All
of a
right,
non
hang
sequitur
on.
conversation.
Now, children.
That's what he
See how
demands
this
from
goes?
No,
Idiot.
what it is we're
He's never
talking
asked you
over
to be
each other.
nice.
Oh, I'm definitely not nice.
I gotta go pick up my tools out of the yard before it rains. I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, let's get back to that legal definition. Can you do that?
Do you
Tiff?
want me to go pull up another definition? It's going to be very similar, if not exactly the same.
Which is great. I mean, let's get it out there on the table.
If I get kicked out, I'll be back.
Try not to get kicked out.
All right.
Yeah, because and I'm glad that was brought out of the woodwork during that conversation, Dennis. And so before she comes back with that definition, would you agree that it's less likely that using the legal definition that is in play and will be used in courts, that it's less likely that we're being invaded now?
Look, well, you almost got yourself right there, bro. like legal definition. No, seriously, you almost really
Nobody
got
was
me, though.
asking you though. That's what's funny.
No, legal definition. Come on, man, that really has no real premise.
It does if you're in a
Yeah,
courtroom.
I have
And
no idea what the state or the federal government's going to argue in those cases.
Exactly.
I don't know what they're going to use for precedent.
Yep.
I'm merely, and I'm speaking for myself though. Like, we're under
You
fucking
see?
invasion, bro. Something
It's wild,
like,
right? It's
ring the
crazy.
bell, ring the
Yep.
bell, and
Ding
put the
ding.
flag upside down. You know, we
Ding
have an
ding,
immigration.
right?
We officially have an immigration problem, bro.
Yes.
You know,
when
brother
did
to
it
brother.
become? Hold on. When did it become official? Give me the date.
Oh, it been official.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, I
was
need a
using
date
that
if you don't mind.
colloquially.
See if you can give me a
Man,
date
too
of
much.
when it
That's too much.
became.
That's too much
Yeah.
data analysis. You could see it through
Well,
genre based.
Yeah,
You
because
could
the
see
reason
how
I say
mood.
that,
You could see it through mood changes.
but the reason I
Behavior
say that,
changes.
some dude, hold on. The reason I
Okay.
say that is because if we were being invaded by a foreign nation with the military, I would be able to provide you with a date.
Okay.
When I
Wait a
said
minute.
officially,
Wait a
I was
goddamn
being
minute.
hyperbolic, like to a
Oh,
great
man, no,
extent,
I got this,
using it as
bro.
an adjective,
Yo,
meaning
that
to a
old
great extent.
see, no, that's
Not that it's been made
oh, that's
official by
is the
anyone.
next. Yo, I got this, bro. This is easy, bro. Don't
I
worry.
was just trying to answer his actual
Nah,
question.
I
I have
got
no
this,
idea what the fuck
bro.
you're doing.
No, I got this. He's easy. He's very easy. But all right, contest him a little more, and then I'll step back in.
That's not my intention. I'm trying to actually
Mm.
communicate with him. You're on your own.
That's what we're trying to do. Is
Wait,
have
No, no,
communication.
but you're bugging out, bro. I'm not trying to go against you in a
Yeah,
negative
yeah,
manner.
okay.
I'm just saying what you're talking about is not what's happening.
But you keep interrupting people and talking about some weird shit that we're not talking about.
No, I'm actually in context. It's a little just more in depth than when you can understand.
I don't think so. I think it's the whiskey. It's not like a higher level of understanding.
No, it's not
It's
whiskey.
a higher level of
none of that.
intoxication.
I did smoke a joint. I ain't gonna front.
It was laced with PCP or something then, because
Nah,
normal marijuana doesn't do that shit.
Let's,
A
nah.
dab, maybe.
let's try
a
to stay
dab.
on track. Let's please. This is actually being hosted on my channel, so I like to try to not get off track with the topics. I like having fun. You know what I mean? But usually
but
FPS, do
for
you have
the
any
real
idea what the
thing,
hell he's talking about?
for the real thing, for the public, for the public safety channel, big ups. He's a smart guy. He's a cool cat, and that's it.
Thank you,
There
bro.
you go.
I love having these discussions though, and this is why you often find me making my rounds around other people's channels, because like having these discussions wide open and kind of honing things in for when I do finally take it here. Because when I take it here, it's because I've already been, like
Hey yo, but let me ask you a question. Do you have so many adversities and people that just want to smack you in your face because you're so opinionated?
fuck yeah, bro. Everywhere I go.
Well,
Hey,
welcome
look,
to the real world. Then see, now you're gonna be a content creator.
and look, my last channel was over 70,000 subs, and then this one I just started building. So I don't doubt that I have the ability to be a content creator.
Nah, you good, bro.
I'm doing things different right now though.
Hey yo,
And
never quit.
damn straight, thank you. I appreciate that. Fucking the powers that be though, the ones who control everything, like the string pullers, well, they'll keep trying to knock you down. My last channel was removed from the internet from being hacked.
Hey man, you know what? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you something real quick because I'm not a content creator, but like I do weird stuff like cybersecurity, like pen tester, like the H guy. But let me tell you something, when you deal with other content creators, they will try to take you down because they don't want you getting that money. Something. You gotta be sturdy.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, there's a lot more people than I ever dreamt of that are here just to hurt each other. All right, let's bring it back. Let's reel it in. All right, so I looked it up while Tiffany's getting the actual legal definition. I looked this up. I asked for a breakdown using case law, which, like I said, this needs to be verified, of the elements that are required for the legal definition of invasion. And according to this, which we may learn something different here in a minute, it says that it must encompass both physical entry and the intent to act as an enemy.
Wait a minute. Does that because that's state by state, does that well, it's a thing of
No, this
That's
is
not state by state. That's
this is
federal.
Yeah, this is
no. There's a thing like in
And
Florida, like
Patriot
eminent
Act
domain.
ties into that.
Eminent
And the
domain.
last time we spoke, I couldn't remember the name of the legislation. It was the Military Commissions Act.
No,
was
but
used
it's
in tandem
something.
with the Patriot Act in order to make it so that in a state of emergency, which we've been under for the last, I don't know, I lost track, decades. Right?
That's
The
called
president
martial law.
he can just declare an American citizen and any enemy combatant.
That's
And
called
the
martial
conditions and
law.
reasons on which he could do so were so like the kind of stuff we do, and people on YouTube are uploading, like yelling at cops and recording what they're doing and calling them an
Propaganda.
asshole, or doing that to a politician, for example, right? These things could be considered terroristic threats, which makes you an enemy combatant. And then
Propaganda.
under those provisions, as an enemy, now I can assign you a certain level of intent. First of all, I've already taken away your habeas corpus. I can already ship you to a black site, and I don't even have to tell your lawyer where I sent you. That's how bad it was before Trump's executive order.
Oh boy.
Now with it, I think this is going to be extended federally to like ICE, and that's the real purpose, right? Is so that marshals can go around rounding people up without getting sued every 10 minutes.
military.
Okay, that was very good. That was cool. You was halfway right though. I will agree.
I didn't disappear on y'all. My computer froze. I'm
I
still.
was wondering where you went.
Yeah. Apparently, if you don't do the updates immediately on the computers that we have, they like to freeze up. So
I know
I'll
I
be
got
back.
one that keeps. Oh, you're not done yet. Okay.
Oh no, I'm rebooting right now.
All right. Yeah, I got one scheduled on mine. I keep moving it because I don't want it to kick us off.
Hey yo, real rap, yo, as a cybersecurity guy, yo, that last Windows 10 update, it's gonna lock your stuff if you use BitLocker. If you got BitLocker doing your passwords, it's gonna lock you.
Good
Just
information for people to know.
Yes, sir.
So I want to stay on topic with this. We're talking about because I do think there's so much disagreement that it needs to be worked out about whether or not we're being invaded, because that means everything right now. I mean, what's on the line? The power that the people who believe that are giving to our current government is the ability to take away our rights to due process. Ours.
Yo, bro. You know what's crazy? It's like
Expanding it.
hold fast, bro. Yo, I got property, farmer stuff. Yo, when you're registered with the FDA, the farmers stuff and all that, it gets weird because they want to halt the production of stuff that can feed cattle that'll make meat. Yo, it got real weird real quick, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I need to stay on track. We're talking about immigration. We're talking about an invasion.
Oh no, that's that. Yo. You know what's the invasion? I'll show you a picture. My side, green. We got corn growing and all that. The other side, because of whatever agreement that they did, and the immigrants, like people, like real people, we ain't going out in the field at 98 degrees in the daytime, picking melons and potatoes. We ain't doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm just saying they just cut out. Yo, they was willing to do it. Let them do it. That's all I
don't
say.
buy that. I think you
Are
have
they-
to
I
at least
know
ag
it's
for
kind
the
of bad.
price.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, because they mess up and they crime and all that. I know.
Are they
For no
invading
pay,
though?
for no benefits, for no protections,
No,
then yes, Americans are on
you
the
know
line.
what? You know what, bro? I understand now, and I will be silent after this statement. I understand the crime that they bring.
Mostly fentanyl. That's the biggest thing. And here's what people don't realize about that border trade. It is a trade. What's happening is Americans are bringing illegal weapons and is being traded for the drugs. And that's been going on for a long time.
Since Reagan, at least, admittedly, probably
Right.
earlier.
If there was an invasion, is the question that we're currently facing. Because the only reason that our president is even trying to exercise or implement a handling of it is on the basis of what I am saying is a fucking lie. It's a lie. It is a lie. I stand on that until someone can prove me wrong.
Let me try to answer the question from your perspective.
Okay.
So if I accept the limiting definition, as limiting as I can possibly make it as far as army is concerned,
Okay.
I'd have to say I don't know. I'd have to see what these arguments are going to be made in the court. I would like to hear the oral arguments. I don't have enough information.
So patience is your thing. You're willing to be patient, wait for the courts to sort it out. In the meantime,
in order to answer the question from your perspective, my feeling on it is that this is just Wednesday after another Tuesday. Like we've been living under martial law since before I was born. You're just watching the codification of it.
Wait a minute. Wait a god darn minute. No, we haven't.
I don't believe it either. That's what I'm saying. I think that's crazy to say that. But I've hardly ever seen anybody dressed in military uniform, and I live less than 40 minutes from Fort Knox. Those soldiers are not out here. I don't think you will
now either.
Those soldiers are not out here running martial law. As a matter of fact,
I think the guys that they're empowering, or again, they're not even empowering them because they already have the power.
Amen. Amen. Hold on. No, I got you. No, I got him. I got him. Yo, you know what I do?
These people won't have any uniform at all when they show up. They'll be plain clothes when they show up and put you in a zip tie and take you somewhere.
Bro, you know what Cold War and Cyber War is? That's the real game right now. But you stuck on stupid, and you kind of embarrassing. Seriously. Yo, cut that negative stuff out, bro. That's not good.
No, he's bringing a logical argument that's, I mean, it's a fallacy, but it's being brought. And like that's what he is saying is the same consensus that I don't mean to compare you to the right, Dennison, but you're bringing the same argument as the people of the right, the MAGA, right? And that's what I wanted to hash out.
They think they're free.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's some differences, but on this particular, if you honed it right into the one line that we're reading right now, I think that's
importing people is hurting us.
They are saying, well, no, I want
to agree on that
all the way to this line. What MAGA is presenting is agreeing with Trump when he says, and this is, think of it as one person, not a leader, nothing, just one person says, think about it. When he says we are being invaded.
Word.
Now
and the opposite is happening too. Like we're being carved out.
He's finally getting it. He's getting it now.
Well, are we being invaded? Is the question I want to tackle first.
Yeah. As I described earlier, absolutely, 100%. And I think from your perspective, by a military armed force, not that I'm aware of, I would want to see how this is argued in court because I don't know what the position the federal government is taking.
You know your position. If you don't know how it works, you should relax.
Well, I'm not against that notion, but I also wonder about this. What happens when we aren't paying attention and we're just relaxed and trusting them to handle it?
You can't trust the feds. Don't relax. Yeah,
I get it. I get all that. But you know what? Like, who are we to be so judgmental on each other?
Well, it's not each other, I think, that we need to be judgmental of. It is literally we, the people, our job to direct our government to do their duties.
Correct.
So who's the gov?
What do we call? I think a better question might be, what is their duties? Like, how do we define
Okay.
their duties?
Okay.
Wouldn't
He said
y'all agree with
duty.
that notion?
No, that's a good one. I gotta think. Give me a second.
Isn't it in
You
black
said
and
it's
white?
our job to hold them to account. That's why I agree
It's
with
our job to
100%.
ensure that they do.
No, that's a good one.
duties.
That's a good one. Let me think on that. Give me a second. I need to eat some black eyed peas with smoked neck bones and all that.
I know it's complicated. It's not like an end all one answer is going to describe exactly what we do as we the people to ensure that the government follows their duties. But it is something that can be said and
Yeah.
understood that
Yeah,
there is a way to do it.
But is it the consensus of the what's the word I'm looking for? Not form I almost made a new word, formistic.
I like new words.
Yeah, new words are cool. Who's the judge? That's what I'm saying. Is like, who's in charge? That's
The judge.
That's the problem part.
Well, I think that's why this portion of it, David, I'm going to let you up here in just a second. I think that's why this part of it is like holding them accountable to their duties. I think that's why the black and white is there for us to say,
Okay,
this is not disputable. It says right here, like if it says in a policy for police, for example, if a police
not
officer has a
disputable.
policy, if it, hear me out. So, like if it's in a policy for a particular, this is just an example. Say you got a police officer, it's a police department, it's their policies. It's written in black and white. This is what you do. If it says in their policy, when you sign on at 8 a.m., your shift starts at 8 a.m., the first thing you are to do when you approach your car is to calibrate your radar, right? Let's say that's written in there.
Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. That's usually inclusive of code of conduct when you sign a contract before you get onboarding. All right,
Doesn't
you
matter,
you
'cause-
making too much space in between nothing.
Hey, Jacob, do you have anything? Do you mind if I bring somebody else up?
No, you can bring someone else up.
Is
I'll
there
step-
anything you want to bring into the? I mean, I could just pull you backstage. Is there anything you want to add to this portion of the conversation?
Well, the act that I'm thinking that you're trying to discuss is the one that he implemented that he wants to invoke was the Alien Enemies Act, deporting
Right.
people without due process.
Wait
Yes.
a minute, Jacob. Yo, Jacob,
And that
Alien
was
Enemies
John
Act
Adams.
is different. That's a whole another
It's
animal.
not though.
Jacob.
He's literally
That's the
invoking
one
it.
that Donald Trump invoked.
That's the one he's using.
But it's a whole
Yeah.
nother animal, Jacob.
Some dude, yeah, but you gotta stick with us, bro. You're coming in kind of behind where we were already at.
That's the one. That's the one that's going through the court system right now to see if he actually enacted it properly.
Right. And yeah, properly. That's where we just were in the discussion. The way we determine what's proper and what's improper when it comes to policies and procedures and duties is they are written in black and white. Now, the argument whether or not an action was performed properly in an incident, those are court cases. That's not what we're trying to argue here. We're not judges. We're not Supreme Court. We're not involved. What we're trying to say is, do you get to come to work and not do the thing that's written in black and white, or do a thing that's written in black and white that specifically tells you when you're allowed to do it, and you're trying to do it when you're not supposed to be doing it? If the policy states to a police officer, you come in on shift at 8 a.m., you will calibrate your radar detector. And the cop says, well, I feel like coming in at 6. I'm going to be on the clock for some OT for a couple hours, and I ain't going to calibrate my my radar detector until after my shift. Well, guess what? We got black and white that says I can hold you accountable for not doing or doing it wrong.
Yo, you know
Alright,
what's crazy? Yo,
can I ask you
hold
something?
fast. No, hold fast. You know what? Because I used to have to do that. It's called an IRI, and you gotta log in with your cell phone when you're
This dude is
in
trolling like a
vicinity.
motherfucker, dude.
I know, right?
When you're in
It's the most
vicinity,
polite
you
troll
gotta
ever, though.
log in. You gotta log in, or you
I'm
don't get
curious
paid.
about your thought process on this FPS.
Yeah.
I have that definition.
All right. She's back.
Yep, took
If
me a second.
David,
would
stick around for a minute. Jacob, can I go ahead and pull you for a minute and you hang out backstage? I want to see
Yeah,
what. Okay, buddy. We'll bring it back up. Let's
would
go
you
ahead, Diff.
agree that we do have some black and white when it comes to the cops, and they are getting away with violating that black and white?
Yeah. I also would say that that all government violates that black and white. And it's our job to babysit that and construct.
This is where I'm coming from.
Hey,
Like,
hey, yo,
Right.
hey,
for lack
yo,
of a better.
FPS, yo, I got PBA badges, the gold ones, and the badges in the wallets. Yo, it'll get you off a lot of stuff. You could run tolls and everything.
I've been accused of having them myself, and I don't. Otherwise, I'd be running the fuck out of some tolls, bro.
All right, man. We ain't gonna talk
How's it
about that.
going?
Hey, we ain't gonna talk
What's up,
about that.
David?
Hey, this is going to be brief. I appreciate the time up here, but I'm stuck on the invasion part, which it seems like you may be too. Does it absolutely require announcement that they are invading, uniforms, guns, and all that stuff? Does it? You know how many millions of illegal immigrants we've had just since 2000 come
Yeah,
over?
Well,
it's good.
I
It's a good
may have the
question.
answer here because it took me a hot minute and I'm really sorry about that. But I went back to the dictionary as it was whenever everything
Yes.
was written. So
OMC,
this is the verbiage that they used whenever they wrote our
OMC.
Constitution.
Hang on, some dude. Let her finish.
And it's broken down into sections. So, hostile entrance upon the rights or possessions of another, hostile encroachment. And then it goes on to say 3 examples:
You see what I'm saying?
attack of a discase, and discase meaning to strip or undress. Don't know where that really comes into the definition, but
I'm
it's
sure it
there.
does not mean
Invasion of
clothing.
privacy.
Can I say
Yeah.
Right.
something, please?
And
Yeah.
then hang on, one last part. It defines invader, which I was reading.
Oh shit.
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
let me get to it.
You know
The
what?
first definition point to military actions, including an invasion,
See, this is the problem with
reference.
you. Wait a minute. This is the problem
Chill
with
out,
humanity.
dude. Shut up, man. Let her
I'm
talk.
reading this as I'm like processing it with you guys because it took me a really long time to find this dictionary.
No, you chat BT cracked out.
No, I really didn't. I promise
Just
I didn't.
I got him muted right now, honey. Go ahead and read us
Okay.
the definition. I'm sorry, some dude. I had to do it. She needs to read the definition.
It's all good, brother.
All right, man. Hold back, and let her finish because we've been waiting for a minute for this.
Okay, so it says invade was to enter by force or to seize and lay hold of.
To
Wow, I like
seize
it.
and lay hold of, and or.
That is such a fallacy.
Did it say and
Enter by force or to seize
or?
and lay hold of.
So it could be either one of those by law.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So you could argue this, Dennison. If they're coming over here by force, like that could be a whole argument.
If what she's referring to is going to be the actual U.S. case basis, I'm Attorney General or arguing before the Supreme Court in favor of this legislation, which I disagree with, by the way, obviously, right?
Personally, right. We understand that.
Yeah. So, but if I were forced to argue for it, man, I would be quoting that directly, right? I'd be like, "This, Your Honor, it's in black and white, right here. We're
How
definitely being invaded."
how would that benefit you?
Well, yeah, but some dude, this ain't personal opinion. So I like that both of you are adding into this because so we probably nobody on this panel would want to be arguing for this. Like none of us
Okay.
feel
Right.
our opinion is that none of us on this panel would go to the Supreme Court justice and say, hey, like fuck
This is
these guys, let's get this shit done. Let's
You
start
know
a
what the real
militia.
problem in this country is that the cops don't have enough power. That's essentially
Nah.
right? You know
Hold
what I'm
fast.
saying? That's essentially what they're arguing, right? So none of
That's
us are
what
gonna
they're
go.
arguing.
Yeah, none of us are gonna go before the Supreme Court and say, you
Nah,
know what
nah.
we really need is the police just need all these obstacles removed out of their way.
And
Yo,
but I like to approach the other portion of that, and it's the excuse. It's a fucking excuse, and I couldn't disagree more.
no, wait a minute. Wait a
That-
goddamn minute. That's not an excuse. We came to an accord and we having a good conversation. Why
The
you gonna
excuse,
mess up?
the excuse that I'm referencing is they're saying that we're being invaded. That's an excuse to me.
Well, I don't know.
We have been invaded. If they're going by that, we've been invaded. If
Come on,
it's going to
man.
be an invasion, we have been there.
Really?
If they're going by that, which is why
Yeah.
we need to bring the definitions to the table. I mean, because
we need some explanation.
they're saying they're using the Alien Invasion Act. They're saying we're at war.
Yeah, they wilding out. Well, we need some explanations right now.
Let me do
11
some
to
more
12
digging.
million since 2000. So it's
All right,
hard to
let's-
get the numbers.
It is, and this argument's not been had enough in courtrooms apparently because it's hard to find direct case law. Let's put Tiff on the full screen here for just a minute. She said she's got more definitions.
No, I said I'm going to do more research to see if
Oh,
I
I
can
thought
find
you said you
something.
had more.
Yeah, you need to chill out with the Chat GPT.
She's an awesome resource, dude.
Well,
I do not use that at all. I have cheated.
Yeah,
and
you
used
do. You use a Gorg or something.
It. No,
um,
I
Well,
use it
I know.
sometimes in
Don't
my
worry. It's
discussion
okay.
posts.
It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby.
I know it's okay if I use it because I go to the legitimate sites based off
No,
of it, but
as
I'm
long
not
as you
using
know
it
how
right
to
now.
cipher. You got to learn how to cipher.
well, she is
How is this not
using
driving
this.
you insane?
She's actually
What's
using.
happening? Is some dude driving everyone insane?
No, just me.
Hey, man, come
Just
on,
me, and
Flo.
I'm a
I'm being
whiny
nice,
bitch, I
Flo. I
admit.
I
told you I'd
honestly
be
think
nice,
we've
Flo.
been having really.
I sit down and hear you say, "Come on, baby."
Come on, Flo. I told you I'd be nice, Flo.
I don't know
he's
why you
trying,
keep telling me that.
I don't
He's
know.
trying to figure out if
It's a
Tiff is
level.
using-
It's a level of respect because it's your channel.
It's not my channel. It's Chris's.
Oh, it's not. Well, then,
I mean,
fuck you, nigga.
Oh, don't do that, man. I just
Be
lost the
good
channel.
here. Yeah, be good here, dude.
I just lost the channel over some dumb shit.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Feel free to
That's
feel free
Now,
to use
Flo,
the
my
strong-
homie. Yo, Flo, the real homie, yo.
Yeah.
That's like
Don't treat him gently just because of me. Like
no. You don't gotta put
'Cause I
cake
don't.
gloves off. No, don't put cake gloves on.
Concerning the topic,
Look, me and
that's
Flo,
just
we
where I
get
stand.
down. He banned me all the time. It's all good. But he's a smart cat.
That we have
If you want to get through it, David, just keep going, man. He's not going to let you.
I was just gonna get my jab
real
in
rap.
and back out. That way
Flo,
everybody else can.
Yo, guys, Flo.
I would put
me.
him in back at this point.
Yo, bro, guys.
He was doing that the whole time you were gone.
Let's bring, and no offense, some dude. It's just that
He knows what
I
he's
said
doing.
In the very beginning, I
not
said we got a
progressive.
very certain topic to stick to. We're trying to
Yeah,
stay to the topic. So when you come
baby.
back, you got to stay on topic, bro. All right, let's bring Jacob back if he's still there. You still there, Jacob?
Yep.
There you are. All right. Tiffany's looking for.
Can I ask
you're
Jacob a
echoing again.
question?
Absolutely.
Jacob, I have been kind of watching you through your
Jesus.
camera here, and you look like you've been listening intently. I'm wondering, do you have what thoughts you have on what I said earlier about the Military Commissions Act, the Patriot Act, whether or not we have rights, essentially?
Food. It's a tough question to answer, because I feel like we have rights right now, but they're just trying to take advantage of them right now.
If they can take advantage of them, how are their rights? Does that make any sense?
Do you mind if I shoot at that one?
Sure. Anybody.
I think, Jacob, you're echo, buddy. If you got another device on, Jacob, turn it down so that you're only using StreamYard.
I'm just on my phone. I'll mute myself.
Okay, buddy. Sorry about that. So I think that the only thing that we have to call them rights here in this country is a recourse. A recourse. We could use the courts to apply to
Sounds like a
correct
privilege.
to correct the situation, right? You don't have that, then you have no rights. If you do have that, we have the definition that America's government likes to give us to make us believe we have rights. But that's the rights, the quote unquote rights that I believe are given, is the ability to go to the justice system and argue it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Why call it a right? Is there a utility to calling it a right instead of a privilege at that point?
I think that's what the government has decided was be the definition of what they call rights for us. I mean, they try to pretend that they followed a biblical version, but I mean, we all know that if we
Well,
had
the government claims rights are inalienable.
well, they claim that they're copying that type of freedom, but
Self-evident, even.
they're not really. We both know they're not doing it. And then the other thing is, there would be no governing in a completely free society. No, we're not. We're never going to achieve full freedom. There is no such thing. As long as other humans exist, there will always be limitations to freedom.
Word.
So, would you agree that Gaza is being invaded to the definition?
Hey, can I jump in real quick while y'all think about that and thank Chuck for $25 PayPal. Thank you, sir. Talcati is getting it.
Let's go, Chuck. Come on over here, baby. Throw me a 20. Just kidding.
From the
I'm just
perspective
kidding.
of the Palestinian,
Actually,
I have to say yes.
Chris, you need to turn on your redirect options.
Oh, how do I even do that?
I'm sending you a text right now.
No, you're fine, dude. I was just joking. I don't care. I'm not even trying to make money right now. I don't know
is a
how to do that.
walking W.
Not trying to make
What'd you
money.
say, David?
Yeah, I'm believe it or not, like I kind of put a pause on because I haven't made any videos for the past couple weeks. I mean, I like money. I need money.
You like
money? But lately, I don't know, man. Like I'm having an internal struggle. I'm just doing this out of the goodness of my heart, for real.
I like
So
money
I just sent
too.
you a link.
I'm looking at it.
I went just completely basic and I went to Cambridge.org dictionary. And it actually offers more of a definition than everything that I was pulling up.
And that's how I would use it. That would be my definition. Would be more along the Cambridge usage. when I
Right,
use it
everyday
in a
verbiage.
conversation. Yeah, because I don't give a shit about Trump or his agenda. You know, like I don't support Trump. He can go fuck himself.
Does an invasion have to be orchestrated?
No,
It does. Of course it does.
See,
I believe so
that's
too.
yeah, that's where it breaks. That's where it breaks the definition right there. If it's I don't know. It's
That's what would warrant military action, right? You
yes,
get a big orchestrated fighting force to oppose a big orchestrated fighting force.
yeah.
an
Um,
intrusion or an encroachment would be an invasion under, just the
so
definitional terms without the military or United States law or any of that stuff.
I mean,
Hey,
you
Tiff,
know what? Let me soften on my point. I suppose that I can see Dennis' insight on this one. In extreme cases.
Yeah, and I've seen an extreme change in my lifetime.
And in the prevalence of pornography and the presence in the
In the demographics of this country and the availability of public services and redress.
how old are you ish?
Mid-40s.
I don't know that I've seen a big change in a moderate, maybe even small change in demographics, but I would disagree with the. Of course, I don't know. I'm
I'd
not
also
well.
say, like I've experienced it to very extreme different degrees and also sources and types. So I grew up in New England, and it was vastly different than living in Texas, Arizona, um,
So
Nevada, California, Southern California. I've lived
I'm
in all
not.
those
This
places
question
too.
isn't this. The question is not to diminish your what you experienced. Just I'm just curious. Do you think it's possible that what you're uh, what you've interpreted as a change in demographics is primarily attributable to a change in location over your lifetime?
Yeah, that's a good
No,
point.
and I would admit that it could be entirely subjective, which I think gives you more ground than what you're asking for. But I don't think it's a result of locale change. I think that the locations tell you a different story because not everybody in the United States is exposed to the so-called invasion to the same extent.
Fair
hey,
enough.
Tiffany, real quick, Tiffany, can you email me that and not text? Since my email, I'm on my computer. I want to bring that up.
Yes.
Thank you. I tried to send it to myself, but we're getting hiccups. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you too.
And in my there's a certain irony built into my personal anecdotal experiences too, because I'm considered high skill labor. So I'm not impacted by. First of all, I think Mexicans are good for the American economy. It's a lot of the other countries that I have more of a problem with. And but I watched my sector of the economy slowly getting taken over by Indians, which was like that has nothing to do with the border. That's
Oh, you worked
that's
on a call center.
and did IT. Yeah.
You own hotels?
No, I was in
Gas
IT,
stations.
call centers and IT.
Patel? Are you a
Extended
Patel?
car warranty.
I'm not. I'm Italian, Portuguese, Lebanese, and French, and American, obviously.
Well, hello, fellow mutt.
Yo, what up?
Do you eat curry?
Absolutely. I'm way worse than curry. I eat kibbe, raw kibbe,
I don't even know what that is.
like minced lamb,
I
spiced
was just
meat.
going to say it's awful close to kibble, and I don't know if that's good.
Honey, you have to send it to the work email. I'm so sorry. Hang on, let me try to forward it.
All right. Third time's charm, y'all.
One more time. One more time. This is the Cambridge stuff, y'all. Like that's what I'm trying to pull up.
Yeah, you can't rush good information. You need it now, but you can't rush it.
We're trying to determine if we can collectively at least define whatever the fucking invasion is.
Yeah.
And
Legal definition.
Trump and Vance and all them are going to encourage more Indian immigration, right? So that also furthers the point to take a step away from MAGA. And let me repeat again, I don't think the immigrants are the enemy, right? Like, so
I don't either.
because that gets lost when I'm making the argument against immigration, and so I notice I fail. It's my responsibility to say it out loud, and I don't.
Some of
And
the
it's just
coolest
like if
people I've ever worked with was not here on paper. It's,
yeah, if I were an Indian and America tried to entice me with a cheap visa and a high-paying job, I'm gonna take it in a heartbeat, right? Like, I'd be a sucker if I didn't. It certainly doesn't say anything bad about me if I do that, you know?
All right, I'm going to withdraw. That was my stir of the pot, was just breaking down that invasion, because it seems like the last 20% that's going to slow things down and cause an uproar or this and that. But
You're
You
supposed to
should
smoke
have
the
that
pot,
now.
not stir it.
What's your stance on that, David? As far as that's concerned, what's your personal opinion?
I don't know. It may be more of a fictional story where they're all like, you know what? Let's come together since we're already just embedded and arm up and prepare. But I don't think it's plausible. It's not going to be. I think they are trying. If look, I dig Trump's approach. The business, trying to take care of business. But if he wasn't doing something that was parallel to the agenda that's above him by 20 something leaders, then he wouldn't be where he's at. There would have been more attempts to stop him from taking that seat.
Talking about
You know,
Trump.
yes, sir.
I got you. I think
If
I
he
follow.
wasn't at least fulfilling one big, like the walls, when everybody was talking about the walls, that was my thought. They're not only going to they're not even going to keep the people out, but they're going to keep people in. You know,
Word.
at any given time, they could throw the switch on America and just say we was hit by some sort of yada 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 cosmic event,
They could say
and
there's a bad flu going around. They already proved that, and then they're gonna make
yeah,
you show your real ID before you can go anywhere.
That's
yeah.
good.
If
Wait
he
till they
wasn't,
start putting borders and walls around states. Then we're really gonna be in the America KKK.
yeah. But that was my part there. Yeah, I believe that just as much about the walls as they work both ways, and then the definition of invasion itself. I mean, they're already here, but they haven't, you know, come together and joined and picked up arms or made an announcement. That's where I was at. If you needed to see uniforms and guns and get official announcement that we're being invaded, that's it's not going to come to that.
I think
But
we
they're
would have
already
needed.
here.
I think we needed to reach the elements that are
Definition,
described in the law,
yeah, the
and
definition
that's
itself.
right. And that's what I don't think we're anywhere near. Like I still think there's a huge gap between the legal definition of invasion and where we're currently at. And I don't think that. I mean, I'll bring that. She got the Cambridge stuff, so you might want to stick around for this, David, because
Okay.
you've been waiting here for a while for it. I'm going to share screen with you all, and we'll go over this. I'm sorry, I'm still one of the people that have to read everything I'm doing as I go. All right, that should be showing. Is it showing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I made it where I can't see what I'm doing here. All right, so this is what Tiff, walk us through this. What did you got here?
So what I did is I just did a basic search on a .org site. I went to cambridge.org and got their 3 definitions that they have for it.
So we have 3 definitions of the term invasion through well, a legal school,
Cambridge.org.
Cambridge, right?
It's cambridge.org.
An
It's
occasion,
just
when an army or country, an occasion when an army or country uses force to enter and take control of another country. See, that's my first thought, is that one. An occasion when a large number of people or things come to a place in an annoying and unwanted way. Ooh, there could be some argument there.
Now it's getting toasty.
An action or process that affects someone's life in an unpleasant and unwanted way. It's very toasty.
Yeah, that would be like the state of undress, as we referenced earlier. An invasion
and that's
of
the reason I
privacy.
sent you that definition, is because if that's what everyone is seeing when they look up invasion, then I
No.
can
Look
see
up.
how.
Yeah.
Now, what do you all think our legal system is supposed to use? That's the big question.
Right. The degree of the, how they're going to handle it.
It depends which legislation they're going to cite when they make their argument. It would have to be based upon the language and definitions in the statute.
They're going to have to use case laws.
Look up
probably,
American heritage, and that'll probably make it even worse, right?
Yeah, probably will.
The American Heritage Dictionary.
I feel like the thing that they're trying to say is that we're being attacked in a sense. That's like everything about it feels like we're being that the government is trying to convince us.
Trying to coach us into an uproar.
This is urgent. You get a sense of urgency. You get a sense of attack. You gotta look over your shoulder. Like, where are we at? Oh my God, do we have to make this immediate decision? And I really don't know why there would be any other excuse to halt our normal legal system practices. And this is where like, I wanted to stress this to Dennison, to the point in which we're willing to temporarily relinquish our fundamental freedoms, due process. Like,
yes,
wouldn't you agree that it has to be an urgent emergency situation that anyone could go ahead?
I think I can steel man this from their perspective and from mine. The urgency could be a simple result of the fact that these policies have been the same since before any of us were born. So the fact that there's any administration willing to make changes to it means that you're looking at a once in a lifetime opportunity potentially. Also, the argument could be made that why there's so much populist support for these policies is because the effects are actually at a turning point where people are starting to feel the effects of our immigration policies in a negative way, especially economically. And then from my perspective, the Alien and Sedition Act got rid of the Constitution 14 years after it was written. The Patriot Act broke all my illusions of a free country and that rights existed. And then I've been watching them since they passed the Patriot Act literally just treat people as though they do not have rights, violate their rights, take their rights away at a whim. And the administrative branches, all the way down to the states at the governor level, the things that, like, if you had asked me 20, 30 years ago if I thought they could get away with in America, I would have laughed at you. And I watched them do it, get away with it, and nobody really even did anything about it. So now they're merely trying to codify it. And now I know that's an escalation, and I know that makes it worse. But from my perspective, I have lost very little because I'm already stewing in the pot that I'm stewing in. I am without rights. I am an enemy combatant in my own homeland, and
Mm-hmm.
I am considered a terrorist in my government's eyes.
And what's the irony of the passing of a movement that threw you over that edge being titled the Patriot Act? It's almost as if
I got a
you're
kick
not
out of that.
you're not against your country. It's almost as if your country's against you because that was patriotism and it fucked you, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. The last
What's with
thing we
that?
need is for people preaching, we want more policing, but they're doing their damnedest to get it deep inside. They want people preaching, hey, yeah, we need more laws. That's
And
More
the
at this
laws,
wrong
point
more
too,
direction.
control.
Yeah.
I'm so far gone though. At this point, I'm for them deporting citizens. Like, I don't care if you're from another country. I
It,
don't care if you're brown or white or what it is. Let's get in an IQ requirement and just start deporting people because this country is in a bad way, in my
I've
And
opinion.
already
listen,
come to terms with the idea that the only thing that I can have control over is my dominion. My dominion, including my family, where I live, where they are at the moment, uh, and just make
Facts.
sure everybody's took care of. Make sure everybody's
Yeah.
fed, and you can join that family too. That goes to all my friends. You're in my domain. I'm going to protect you. We're probably going to have a lot of fun, but when the wolf comes knocking at the gates, it's me and the other guys. It's time to play. That's all you can do is just protect. But these debates are awesome. I think it's the future. You know what I'm saying? You got your trolls that come in and out. You're going to see me come in and out as a troll, but right now I'm serious. Um, what are they going to lay down on the invasion? Because that's like a stumbling block as far as all of it goes. They're going to have to do a lot to convince people it's an invasion. But I mean, it feels like it is. If an invasion can be indeliberate, that's another thing. It's like it takes
I don't.
this.
I think they're not going to be able to convince us. Nowhere near
Yeah.
the consensus. Like I don't think they're going to be able to. First of all, because of the division that's been created by the government, just in blue and red, you're never going to get blue. They won't agree with anything on the red side. You know what I'm saying? Much less a very particular thing that affects them everybody negatively. Like you're going to lose a right.
Right.
You're going to lose your right to due process temporarily at minimum. And you're also going to give more freedom for that bill to pass, which, like you said, David, accentuates more force from law
Hmm.
enforcement. And when you combine those two things, that's every American's fear at heart is, oh God, the military is going to be in control of I thought I had freedom. I thought this was America. Isn't that what America's always supposedly been about? Is the place in the world that you can go where your
And be
government doesn't
free.
rule you?
Hmm. That's how
They're going to
America
lose
was.
that.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to pass that. It's not going to pass muster. Not with people, not with court, not with
I think Trump's
propaganda.
got some ideas, but then they come in underneath him and is just hand him all these papers. That's like, yeah, hey, this is what you was talking about, but there's a bunch of snakes down there in between the lines in the small print. I don't know. I don't know how up to par he is on, like. Does he know? You know what I'm saying? Does he know what he's implementing with some of this stuff?
It's a
I
good
just think
question.
He's got to know there's too many people telling him, and he lies. So you can tell that he avoids certain questioning from reporters. right? Like, especially when they're asking him tough questions, direct,
Yeah.
tough questions. You wouldn't think to do that if you weren't aware of the thing you're trying to hide, right? Like,
I've
that's
always
my
saw
perception.
his shtick as
Yeah.
kind of making himself available to both sides.
Yeah, but a direct question is so easy to answer. You know,
And
like,
a
He's more
deliberate attempt.
transparent in his process than the last
He is
president.
transparent, but a deliberate attempt to avoid a question is telling. It's as telling as it gets.
and his entire administration is caught every day doing it so extreme that it's like impossible to not see. You know, like you hear a question from a reporter, you know they don't fucking like the question, and immediately they avoid it. And they do it every single interview. You know, even the hand me to give me fluff pieces. I just watched one with Trump and the Fox guy, I think yesterday or the day before, and I mean the guy's pretty much rolling the carpet out for Trump in this interview, and he questions him on uh, the jet a little bit, and Trump starts like talking over him while he's not questioning Trump. Like, he loves Trump. This interviewer, this reporter just loves Trump, and he works for Fox. So like his job is on the line if he pisses Trump off, right? And you can tell that he knows that, you know, and I mean he's smiling real big and like I love you, you know, that kind of perception you get from it. And he just simply starts encroaching on the subject of the jet. And you can see, you can hear, you can witness. Trump is just like, look, we're not, you know, and he rules that whole entire part of the conversation, and he avoids the question that was asked completely.
Perfect president material right there. That gets him. That gets him so many points to be a president. Like they
He
all do it.
tweeted about it.
I think your question was, do you think he knows? And I think that is our answer. I think he knows.
What is he hiding?
I think he knows. I don't think he's hiding. I think he's under
why
pressure.
is he avoiding the question?
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, right? Like, I think the answer is obvious. I do anyway. Like, I don't think it's obvious to everybody.
Yeah, so I'm asking you. Tell me.
Well, because he knows that he would have to answer that what he's doing is corruption or illegal, or
you mean accepting the plane is illegal?
Correct. He would have to at least say it could be argued in court as being illegal. He would have to at least say it could be argued in court that what I did is a violation of my duty, or he would have to at least say
specifically the emoluments clause.
Depending on which subject. Each subject is different answers.
But
what I'm getting at is him doing the avoiding of the direct questions in general. The plane, I'd rather not.
I need to start paying.
If y'all wouldn't mind, I'd like to have like a whole nother panel, and like I want to start doing this more often and talk about each thing separately. Yeah. And that's kind of what I ran past Flo.
Panels are essential, man.
Well, I think it's really good. Essential. I think it's really good that we can slow down together and like actually talk and really work our way through this. Because, like, for example, before this discussion today with you all, I don't know, like, I think at the end of this, I'm going to walk away with a little more acceptance to the definitions and verbiage to the word invasion. That means I'm shifting a little more open to understanding, and that's all it's going to be, because at the end of the day, you're not going to convince me that I need to give up my fundamental freedoms, rights, what little bit I got left of freedom. You're not going to convince me that it's worth it when I don't see an invasion outside. Like, when I look out my window, there are no invasion. As a matter of fact, if this administration gets what it wants, when I look out that window, I'm going to see armed military people.
Oh, you bring up a good point. Some of them too, I forgot to mention this, they actually are okay with the exchange, with the amount of militarism, the increase in militarism and the decrease in so-called civil rights. and the increase in police power and the decrease in police accountability, they're not unaware. Like some of them are not unaware of the exchange, and they're like, yes, I will give you that in exchange for you keeping these people out of my country.
Look out for them. Those are the dangerous ones.
And I found more information that's going to take a little bit of reading, and it's
Okay.
not something that either one of us is prepared to go over tonight. So, I mean, we can go into
That'd
invasion
be
as it is defined,
that'd
at a
be
later
good for a
time.
short. That'd be good for a short. If you make shorts and stuff, Chris,
Mm-hmm.
that'd be an awesome short.
Which one? What Tiffany was bringing up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think a lot of more people need to discuss this terminology of invasion, and I think we really need to take a step back as a nation, as a collective, as a society, as people, and say, are we really being invaded to the point in which we're willing to
To get caught
completely
up in that
change?
war path, yeah. To get caught
Yeah.
up in.
Do we want to open
Ideally,
that
that
door?
would be argued in the courts.
If you
I
want to
just
wait on
don't.
the courts, right?
Yeah, I don't trust the judges we have. They have not upheld our rights. They've demonstrated a disdain for them, if anything.
I would agree.
And honestly, I don't think it's going to go that far. I think the lower courts are all going to say Trump is wrong and he can't do what he's doing. The Supreme Court's going to refuse to hear it, and Trump's going to do what he wants anyway. So you're just going to have this limbo of, you know, deportations and lawsuits,
I
similar to
can
what we saw
see
during the Bush administration.
I can
You know,
see
that
that
whole
playing out. I can see that playing out exactly like you said. And when I envision how that plays out, I'm also envisioning this more distrust in our government, because what I think will happen is all of the people that Trump has convinced, every time a case is argued and or state decides, no, you
right.
can't do this, Mr. Trump, it's going to collectively build more and more and more anger
Yeah,
towards
it's
our
going to seem
government.
as bias. Like the supporters are going to see it as bias against Trump, and the
Mhm.
other people are going to see it as the government
And we
being
saw
more
the
corrupt.
last flare up on the 6th, right? I don't have to say it. We saw on January 6th, the last flare up. That can get worse. It was bad, but it could get worse. We've seen flare ups when the people are angry. We've seen the flare ups
Flare up. He got shot at.
we've seen flare ups from the left when you see, like, cops aren't being held accountable for for inappropriately handling. I'm trying to use YouTube words, but you know what I'm talking about? Like we could say the Floyd incident, the Taylor incident, Brown Taylor. We've seen people reach their boiling points and start to show the government, hey, this is how we feel. So at the very least, if it plays out like you said, Dennis, and I think the problem we're going to have then might be even worse than if the Supreme Courts were to just step the fuck up, or if Trump just gets impeached at this point. I think the better option of the two scenario, like your playing out scenario, or a scenario that's more aggressive and addresses what Trump is trying to do immediately. I think the better of the two options is to address what he's doing immediately, rather than let the steam build by anybody in the public.
And
That's
here's
what
how
I think.
I see as the sickness of our government is, let's say he doesn't change the Constitution or whatever to run again, and he's gone in 4 years, and the response to all of this is blue wave, just a Democrat back in office.
It probably will be.
That
It probably not.
Democrat
Mhm.
will combat Trump by overwriting all of his executive orders and increasing immigration into the country, and not addressing any of the problems with the police or the military industrial complex.
It's
Yeah,
a
we've
way.
That's,
all
you
seen.
know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, the government's horrible about keeping things in order. Like, that's their job, right? Is to keep things in order. And I've always said the government sucks at their fucking job. The best you can hope for is that they just sit on their ass and don't do much. It's the best. That's the best you can ask of a government, right? Is just
Hey.
chill out, try not to do nothing. Go ahead, Tiff.
Can I interrupt for just a second before I lose this comment?
Of course.
So at the beginning of this stream, we were also including the jurisdiction of the United States. And this comment, it says every person here illegally have rights by default, just FYI. And that's another part of the big picture that I think needs to be added in when we are discussing invasion. Because once someone is in the United States is their jurisdiction. They're here. So I think that that's another
if
aspect that
anybody
needs to be.
questions that, the Supreme Court literally just again ruled on it exactly. And they said in the Supreme Court ruling just a few days ago that yes, these people are in the United States jurisdiction and they get due process. So that's not like that. We can no longer argue that one amongst each other. Anyway, I'm sorry, Tiff. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, their due process could be like a tent outside where a bunch of Homeland
just
Security
walking through.
officers got clipboards and they ask you questions as they just walk them from one side to the other and put them on a plane. You know.
Well, you're saying that there may be get exceptions to like how court proceedings are being done, but at least it's a win in that the writings of the law, as we figure we should understand it, are being the check and balance that's been put in place by having the three divisions of government are proving that they work. At the very least, they're proving that they can work because the executive branch just attempted to force something now and immediate that had great effects on people. And the judicial branch, even Trump's people, right? Because we know it's stacked, just decided because it was a 7-0 or 7-9 decision. So am I saying that right, Tiff? I can't remember now. 7-9, wasn't it?
7-2.
7-2. Thank you.
Yep.
So all but two decided on this in Supreme Court level is that you are in the right jurisdiction, you are American jurisdiction, and you do get due process. So, I would say that that's pretty good sign. It's a pretty good signature that our three divisions of government are placing at minimum checks and balances on one another. How long it's going to hold up with all this shit going on? I don't know. But
they're going to open up a whole new industry of quick process. That's what they're trying to do, just eradicate due process. That way they wash their hands with any decision they make, whether if I'm been here my entire life or what, so what? You can't find your driver's license, that's fine. Social security number. They're just it's just a fast travel. They're trying to establish a fast travel.
And it'll be abused. It's anything they do right now is going to be abused and used.
Yep.
So, I don't know.
I've noticed that, and it seems like the more they try to stuff something down your throat, the more they want you to push it away. Like as soon as Trump was issued into office, they started even his son, everything about the family. Oh my gosh, I told my dad, I said, they're getting ready to make us sick. It's a perfect example I got is the WWJD fad in the 90s. Y'all remember that, where you had bracelets and shirts and WWJD, what would Jesus do? Now nobody gives a fuck about what Jesus would do now. They're sick of it. Let's do a show called Lucifer or whatever it was. It's deliberate. They know what they're doing. And the wave can go from what they want to happen in 10 years to what they want in 20. The next 20 years of how we live our lives are already planned out. And like I said with Trump, I like, how he came in and everything, but he wouldn't be in there if he wasn't serving part of the agenda, and the agenda, I believe, is what we're discussing right now.
Damn
You know,
straight.
the deep seated agenda. It's in there. I mean, we're
There's always an agenda. Look at who we're talking about here.
against us, of all people, against the people that are feeding them. You know what I'm saying?
You know, what if the only purpose in this particular timeline of our relationship with our government, we the people in the government's relationship, what if the only purpose was to get us to agree just to see how long and how easily we would give up habeas corpus, for example? Like you think we can get away with this? Well, I don't know. Let's run a term. Let's cause a big, we've already got immigration issues. Let's use that. Let's put a bunch of fear and practice all those
Yeah.
things that we've studied. And let's just see if these fucking idiots will let us make it where, well, we could just throw them in prison instead of going through the whole court process, because our courts have been backed up. You know, we just need to fast track this whole thing. You know, like we're lazy government. We want more money. We want more power. This will do all that for us. What if that's all it is they're trying to accomplish in this? And they hired an actor to do it. The fucker's an actor, you know? I don't know. It's been a good conversation.
They all are, man. Obama and Hillary was pressing this same shit when Obama showed up out of nowhere. Hey, I seen it the other night. It was actually a point made by somebody, but Hillary and Clinton was even pressing this stuff back then. But that could have just been the seed getting planted. Now they got Trump in there, who's probably in there to make business right here. Like we need our money. We don't need to send it. All of these, and who knows if all of these receipts that they're finding is even accurate. Talking about sending rubbers to another country by the millions, like what? Who
Yeah,
who
well,
who even?
and
Sorry, go ahead.
like all this shit can be taken so far out of context with that too. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like, yeah, we were spending 1% of our budget for humanitarian efforts around the world. Well, how the fuck else are you going to be proud of your nation and at least be able to express your pride in your nation on a global level without providing some kind of fucking charity? You know what I'm saying? That's like
yeah,
being the dickhead that don't tip at the fucking restaurant, or the person that when
Hey,
the
sorry.
go ahead.
Speaking of dickheads, I've got to interrupt one more time. I've got to get my homework done for the night. I just wanted to
Uh,
tell everybody thank you for an awesome discussion. Thank you
thank you for the
guys in chat.
resources.
Anytime I can provide them, even though I'm a little bit slow sometimes. And I just want to
well,
say thank you to everyone who's watching and in chat. Appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. And love y'all. And good night.
love you, hun. I'll be in there in a bit. So, where was I? Wasn't expecting that. I thought she was going to stick around. I'm so
The
used to her running
government
off.
is stupid. Don't be a dickhead and not tip.
Yeah, yeah. Or
Get
like imagine being that asshole that's in line at the store and there's this little jar there that says leave your change for the home, or you know what I'm saying, for
Or the
the
person
kid.
in front of you needs 3 cents to finish their order. You know what I'm saying?
What are we going to be?
Hook them up.
What are we going to be? Are we going to be the person that just spent 98 cents and hands $1 and says, fuck you, you ain't going to take my 2 cents? Because that's kind of the same impression that we're offering as a nation when we're only using 1% of our budget for humanitarian efforts, to just say that's waste and fraud and abuse. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I can say the same thing about my change from my dollar, but how am I going to look to everybody when I do that? Like that's probably a fraudulent fundraiser you're doing. I could say that. I could say maybe, because that's
But
all the better they did. Go ahead.
it was your intention, like for tipping that. Like, so I go to church every now and then, right? And it always comes up. What's the preacher doing with the money? What are they doing? Like, I put this money in here for the purpose in which it was supposed to be served. I don't. My hands are clean with what they do with it. You know what I'm saying? If they
Yeah.
roll roll it up to the line, well, it got nothing to do with me. But yeah, if you got, yeah. Pick it up, put you laying down. That's it. I was just trying to
Yeah, because well, I mean,
sugarcoat it.
that's our people just don't realize when they hear the numbers being thrown at them by legacy media and by government actors. They hear those numbers and they're in the trillions and billions and oh my God, all them zeros and shit. And you think, well, we can't afford that because you're
Yeah,
trying to compare it to your real life. Like I can't afford to go to the dollar store and spend 1 trillion.
yeah.
Well, you're not. You know what I'm saying? And so when you hear the budget, and look, it can be used both ways. Like when I said
They
that
they give you the
undocumented.
dollar amount, but they don't give you what percentage that makes up. Yeah, they're trying to. I see what you're saying. They're using the
That's what.
dollar amount to
Yep.
make it look big, but really it's only a micro percentage.
That's why we got to do more research from what information we obtain from legacy media. And it's not just the information we obtain from legacy media, it's also the information that we obtain in general. We need to do our part as
Cross
Americans
reference.
to
Cross reference.
understand, right? Just do a little bit. And then once you've done that, and I'm pretty much talking to MAGA when I say this, a lot of MAGA people end up doing this. Fucking stop lying about what you find out. Don't lie, right? That's number one. Number two, have logical discussions. Quit being so eager to argue instead of talk.
Stonewall. People being
And
stonewalled.
and three, I think we need to come together and actually not just talk about it, not just not lie about it, but I think we need to come together and see if we can come up with solutions. Because one thing is for sure, I wouldn't necessarily agree that we're having an issue with immigration in a way where our lives are being threatened to the point of using the word invasion. But I also wouldn't agree that there's any sense of urgency to the level of relinquishing any of our rights or offering the government any more power. At the
Trying to
same time,
trying to weaponize the amount of drugs that come in from each border to that's another edge on the sword they're trying to use. Well, look at all these drugs that come in and stuff. Well, why don't you beef up the drug task force then? Why do you gotta, why are you focused on the people and not the drug itself? Like why can't you start there? Make it easier for them to come through, more
that's why
inviting, and search
that's
them.
why they're making money off that game.
Yep.
Anyway,
Where did that FENT come from anyways? Like how did the streets get so much of it?
well,
Like
they're trading it for weapons. America's been bringing weapons, and then they provide that, and that's kind of the trade that's been happening
um,
illegally all along. But I'm just getting at this. Like, I don't think that if we have these types of discussions and these types of reasonableness instead of screaming at each other and lying, then I think we're more apt to agree that there are problems and that if we just calm the fuck down
mhm.
and work together like we were supposed to before the government convinced you that red and blue are different, if we just come back together and say, look, let's approach this with reasonableness, I think at that point we can all find the issues, identify them together, and be reasonable about coming up with solutions. And honestly, we never did need a government. Just
Mm-mm.
ask
Yeah,
the
I agree
Native
with that.
Americans.
Agreed. Agreed.
Well, guys, I'm probably going to end this. Does anybody want to, you want to take turns kind of having a piece on the way out? Like, how do you want to do it? I don't do many panels.
I'll get mine in first. I know you from GS and whatever y'all have got going on there. I wish y'all would get along. But I'm seeing you don't have to explain anything I'm saying. But either way, thanks for letting me up. I probably didn't bring as much intellect as Dennison did. I love hearing him talk. But yeah,
I must have
maybe
tricked
again
him into
sometime.
thinking I was smart.
Yeah, David, you're always welcome, man. And I thought that you brought a hell of a lot of good intellect to this discussion. So thank you. The answer to once a person's crossed my boundaries and shown that they're my enemy, I cut them off because I don't need enemies in life. So Todd
I'm the same.
has proven that he would do me damage, and I've cut him off a long time ago. So there's no coming back from that. But you're welcome, and anyone else is always welcome. So
It's
thank you for
understandable.
coming.
Yes,
I
sir.
Body
appreciate
cam
you.
footage,
Thank you.
man.
Thanks for
That's
your
the one we're
time.
gonna
Up.
have. Thanks for coming, David, and I appreciated your words as well.
Dennison, what do you think, buddy? Or do you want to go, Jacob? Do you want to say a piece?
Yeah, it was nice hearing about what's been going on and talking to all of you guys. Well, we need to fit, and you answered my answered our problem. Just try to unite together to solve the problem instead of just blaming each other.
Yes.
Instead of immediately being oppositions, let's come together as friends and then see how the party ends.
We can still argue. And Jacob,
Yeah.
before you go, I want to say thank you so much for sending me information, things to talk about and look at behind the scenes too. Thank you, Jacob. It's
All
a
right,
pleasure having you, buddy.
all
Didn't
right.
it feel like it used to be that way?
That we used to have logical conversations about issues.
Yeah, that like
regarding our
Americans,
country.
Americans were always very individualistic, so we're always arguing with each other, and we never agree, but we always find the common ground and move forward on that. And that it used to be a lot easier. It wasn't "I hate you" or "I need to kill you" in order to, because of your ideas.
Yeah. People are so quick to think that they absolutely know what's in the head of the other party anymore. And I don't know.
Binary brainwashing.
I kind of find it's only existent. I mean, there's other reasons behind this notion, but I think it's only existent in my personal life on social media. I mean, like, I don't think anybody's dumb enough to walk up to me and say, hey, you're a fucking blah, 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 Chris, because I am 6'2", 260. You know what I'm saying? But no, it just seems like it's happening in this world where we can hide behind a false identity and the comfort of knowing that the person that I'm saying these disgusting words to is never going to see me in real life. So, I think we're facing that problem on top of this approach.
Interesting.
Just my idea. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's the ultimate privacy fence.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense to me. I use my privacy in a fundamentally different way. I value it, but I use it in a different way.
You brought some incredible argument, even though your stance personally was not opposed. I do appreciate that for sure. I think I'd like to invite you back for the next time we do something like this. And I'm serious. I think it'd be a good idea for us to approach each subject one at a time and together. Same to you, David. You're welcome too. Jacob, you're not on here anymore, but you're always welcome. Of course, Tiffany, I'm going to bring her with me everywhere I go. Flo, and I think, I'm going to continue to run this channel the way I always have. So there's going to be just my videos and stuff, but I do want to, at least for the time being, with all these issues that are flooring us all at once, that definitely cause damage to the very thing that I created this channel to protect, right? To try to do my part to try to protect. I think as long as that's happening, I'm going to be doing D's too. So I'll put in my OT on it. Dennison, what do you say, buddy?
Yeah, so body cam footage, man. Do you do body cam reviews with open panels?
Never approached it like that. As a matter of fact, this is the first time, although I use a lot of body camera footage in my videos. This is the first time I've ever done one while live. So like it's never been,
I think I was reading Flo's title too.
I'm not sure how he titled his.
I don't think am I sub tier? I'm not even sub tier. I didn't even know this channel existed.
Everybody sub. Everybody sub. I'm rebuilding. Had a channel that was hacked and stolen by the government, believe it or not. And I'm not putting a whole lot of like instant effort into this channel. Like there's a lot of legal stuff going on that I'm working on. I needed it because I can't afford in my position to like not have people watching out for us. You know what I'm saying? So like, this is actually an old channel of mine. I wasn't punished to the extent in which I wasn't allowed to have YouTube. They just took that channel and
what was their excuse?
Oh, it was hacked and government employee got my password and stuff, hacked into it and published pornography.
Yep. Oh, so you believe you were set up?
I know I was. Yeah, and the people that did it admitted it. There's videos on my channel, like when you get time and you're not busy and you feel like watching some shit, check it out. It's wild, man. And it's like some local hillbilly shit.
It's worth looking into, Dennison. I've been following. My angle from seeing all this unfold has been from Chris's ops. So yeah, it'll be fun for you to weigh in on, Dennison, and look into it and see what's going on.
Yeah, I had my own like genre going there for a while between like people who weren't sure if the facts that I was putting out there were true. Like I had a whole group of a whole collective of like audience that would watch me from either afar or directly because they couldn't believe that. I mean, that's the point. You can't believe what I'm going through. Like I have 13 charges right now from a corrupt jailer from Kentucky who he came to YouTube and he vowed to like put me in jail, to shut me up. Right. And this dude has been pressing charge after charge after charge. And I never even leave my living room to get these charges. Like, for example, I got 2 charges of harassment on the sheriff's department a few weeks ago for having a YouTube video where I said the member of government that's been doing all this to me has been missing from YouTube. That was literally the title. He's missing from YouTube.
Well, as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh no, third party, oh no.
Yep. So they had a YouTuber who's partners with the government official that hacked my channel. They had him call the sheriff's department and say, well, I want to put in a report for a missing government employee. And of course it was all a setup, but it's not even illegal. Like, it's so dumb. That's the kind of shit that I've been charged with. And I've got 13 of those charges and 2 of them are felonies. Like, I mean, just watch, Dennison. It's worth watching. All that stuff that you need to see to know what it's about. It's all here on this channel. So have fun. Let me know when you get caught up.
How many hours are we looking at?
I don't know. I don't even know how many
I would rather just take your word for it and question you one of these days if you feel
sure.
Like it, you know?
Yeah.
That would be
ask
awesome.
Ask you what your proof and your evidence is from your perspective.
Well, the evidence and proof is a lot is there on. So what I would suggest, if you're limited on time and ain't got time to like just watch all my videos, hit up the playlist titled Meade County, MEADE. That's where I would go. That'll get, and then you'll be good at asking me questions. You know what I'm saying? Like once you obtain that information, it's probably not that long if you do that. But then you'll be able to come with facts. You know what I'm saying? Because they're laid out.
Kentucky Madness view full playlist.
There you go. Have fun.
And by the way, love from Kentucky. It's my home state, and I can't promise you we're all batshit crazy.
Are you sure? I don't know, man. Us Hoosiers over here, we're kind of.
I'm not sure.
I think we're kind of
So
all
there's
batshit crazy in this area of the world.
Yeah.
there's around 20 hours of video here. Can you give me a cross section, like a secondary search term to?
The
If I were
funniest
you,
angle would be watch it from his opposition, but you got to get Chris the views though. You got to
they're
watch his take first.
not only that, but they literally lie. Like they literally provide false, made up evidence. I don't know if you're aware of that, David, but like JJ was getting documents, like empty documents from work, and filling it out, making it look like it was written 10 years ago and shit. And then giving it to people like Todd, and they'd fucking show it. You know what I'm saying? Make
You're
it look like it was
talking about the old warrant.
no, the license was the worst one. And then of course, like they said, I had a driver's license in Kentucky. No, I didn't. I didn't have a license in Kentucky. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So and I won that case because, these people are lying about me on YouTube. Like they're lying on YouTube. They're not bringing that same argument to the courtroom.
That would go a long way for me right there. Just if you reference the case number where you beat the charges.
Well, that's kind of not even a topic on the channel anymore. that was a year ago. I beat that one. I mean, I've been in business on the channel for like 4 years now. It all started with our house getting raided. We were violently raided, like it was fucking crazy. And then we won a lawsuit. So like that was the first playlist, the thing that created this channel. And then we've been like kind of proactive in being involved in sort of like both exposing and safeguarding the community from the issues that we're aware of with our local government. And as we approach that, we've been retaliated against. We've done some things that were kind of like, holy shit, that was fucking wild. And then people that we were saying were proving that these people in these positions are guilty of these things. We're showing you evidence and stuff. They're now in prison. Like I'm talking about a sheriff that got 31 felonies. And we've been saying all along, dude, I got the proof. I'm telling you, Jamie Null is guilty of this. And I said corruption. I said ghost employment. I told everybody what it was. And then a year and a half later, boom, I'm proven right. So there's a lot. That's why I don't know. It was a busy channel, man. I would suggest like starting at the beginning of the Meade County playlist though, because that's the most current. That is the now thing. And just seeing, it probably won't take you long. I bet you could probably kind of figure out the gist of it within 2 or 3 videos. You'll see what's going on.
Read all of their other behavioral analysis too. It's definitely crazy, man. Golly. How much has that changed you as a person, Chris?
180, man. Like I don't even know who I was anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like we've thought about taking a lawsuit win and just fucking leaving. You know what I mean? And like going back to life like where we're supposed to be, which is
Well, being here attacking the topics is probably a good place for you too. You seem pretty thorough, especially with the old lady. She's sharp. That digging up valid information is essential for any panel. Like everybody needs somebody like she's been today.
yeah. Well, that's a good point too. Like, because when you talk about what I'm going through, you're also talking about Tiffany, and like we wouldn't even know how to go back to what we were because
Yeah.
Tiffany's like studying for law. So she's in her first year going towards graduating her law degree. So
That's
like
awesome.
totally different people at the end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when all this started, motorcycles, horses, I don't know, country shit, right? Hunting, fishing, four-wheeling. Maybe work, right? And then she was a beautician and I was always just a contractor. So like I don't even know how to go back all the way there. And she doesn't either. She can't. She physically can't because of her injuries that she got from the raid. She physically cannot cut hair again. Like she can do one or two, but it gets to where she's in so much pain she can't do more beyond that. So
Would you say? Sorry. Would you say this drives your hunger to come at the government as sharp as you have?
I think that, well, I don't know if you can really measure how sharp I've done it. Like, I don't know how to measure or
Trying to
gauge that.
cut through all the bullshit down to what matters, the terminology and the methodology behind them trying to justify getting rid of due process.
Yeah. So like I've learned it's like anything else, man. Experience, knowledge of the subject. So like if you've been working at, I don't care, a restaurant long enough, once you've worked there for a while, they can move you from cook to dishwasher, and you're going to be able to be like, okay, I can quickly pick this up. Like, let's see what's going on around here. So that's probably more or less where I'm at. Is I got a gist of what it's supposed to be. Even though I don't even agree with the government or legal system, that's what's fucked up, bro. Is if you take what was always here, the man I was before the raid and shit, like I didn't even fucking believe in the government. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now here you got a guy that learned their rules in a way that I'm expecting them to follow them. And I literally like go around saying, I caught you not following the rules. Answer to me. You know what I mean? It comes off a lot like a First Amendment auditor. You know what I'm saying? To the point in which I was accepted by and accept as well their whole community, but I mean, at the end of the day, I never really was an auditor. I was just a person showing you that some of the shit they're doing, I mean, is necessary for real life stuff. And here's a real life stuff, it's kind of
It's good. It's essential. Yeah. We need these panels.
We do. I'm going to try to have one maybe once a week or twice a week until we can get kind of caught up on, because there's so much to talk about. I mean, we can go right back to this invasion topic.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We haven't even breached the subject of immigration. Today, we spent hours literally just breaking down invasion. Yeah. So it just shows you the depth of these conversations and how important they are,
Yeah, and honestly, what little I was able to convey over the course of those couple of hours took decades of practice and several years of research.
And experience. We've been living here, our whole lives, and in our older years, you think about maybe 30 years old before your average American starts caring about politics, unless their parents was hungry about it. But
if you went to one of those schools that actually still cares about teaching the kids law, like a private school.
That's it too. Yeah.
True.
But guys, I'm beat. Dennison, that's what I was going to say before you left is, bro, you don't act like you're coming in here, fresh. You act like you're coming in here with some retained knowledge, and I much appreciate that. You were like a huge help for this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think we've even crossed paths in other panels before. So
yeah, we tried to have this conversation about the executive order on someone else's panel a couple weeks back, but it just didn't. We ran out of time. The panel ended.
Gotcha. Well, I was probably a little too heated at that point still to even discuss it. So like I've caught that about myself. I took a little bit of a break. A lot of people are probably angry because I didn't do any videos or like updates on the channel for like a week and a half. But that's why, because I was dealing with it, man.
Unplug.
I needed to, because I was, just kind of taking it out on people. And If I did that to you, Dennis, then I'm super sorry, bro. I don't know if I did or not. I don't remember. I just know that I was kind of snapping at anybody that was like, you know, sounded mega for a minute.
It wasn't extremely unhinged. I remember, I believe I was there. I wasn't on panel, but it was about this new law that was trying to pass that involved the due process and stuff. You may remember it if I go into detail enough, but yeah. I could tell you was hot about the topic, and it's reasonably so.
Yeah,
The
I've
first
been
time
too
we ever
hot
had a
though.
conversation, I felt like when I got there, you had already been piled on before I got there. And I would say that night you were disrespectful to me.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry
the
about that.
second time we spoke, it was much more respectful, and I think, like you said, you were snappy that day. And today, I think we had a very respectful and constructive conversation. Which the
Yeah.
constructive part, you're not always entitled to that. Like,
Well,
I
I'm
feel like I
glad
actually
to.
understood more where you're coming from, and I think I saw you literally steel man where I'm coming from. So
Well, good. I mean, I'm glad we can. I'm glad that we can show an example of how we can come from disagreeing to working on things together. That's the way I see it.
same.
Hopefully people take that and practice it themselves. But I want to make it even better. So next time when you come up, Dennison, I'll see if I can even better myself from what I was on this one, and you know, um, we'll reapproach either this topic, maybe get into immigration a little bit more, or maybe we'll have a whole nother topic, probably a whole nother one. I like to talk about. I'll probably work my way towards the corruption because that's something I'm pretty knowledgeable about. Um, so I'd be more than happy. Like I can't wait for you to show up, bud. Both of you, you too, David.
Yeah, and again, anytime you want to watch body cams and shit on the cops, that's that's like barbecue for me. You know,
It's my normal
that's coming
pastime,
over for
bro.
dinner. Exactly.
That's the
Same.
normal stuff. Like I like to get back to that. Like David was saying, man, normal. I think he was referencing like me pre 2020, right? Like before the raid. I would suggest that my new normal is the guy that creates videos for the YouTube channel for public safety and goes to work on the side. Like that's who I've become. So I need to get back to being that guy, I think, at least, All right, you all. I like to always end these. Thank you, Dennison. Thank you, David. I'm going to drop you guys out.
Peace.
All right, you all. I had to end it like this. If you're new here, if you're coming from Flow, then this is your sign. This is what you can always expect at the end of any of my videos, anything that I do, live streams, anything. I always tell you I love you, and I will see you on the next one. Thanks for coming.